Honey, someone's going to the house. Someone's going to the house. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?
Who are you call the pops? I'm gonna call the pops.
We're recording you.
No. It's okay. I'm just your neighbor. Coming by to say howdy.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, we're not used to people stopping by to say howdy without assaulting us first, robbing us, or defecating on our lawn.
Sometimes all three.
The trifecta. We're from Los Angeles.
Just moved to Texas.
I figured.
Oh, the California plates?
Well, yeah, and the masks. Inside your own house. No one else around. 2022.
We just want to be extra safe.
We feel naked without masks.
We'll probably wear them for the rest of our lives.
We'll be buried in them.
Okay. Well, you seem like a lovely couple. Like I said, I just wanted to drop by and welcome you to the neighborhood.
Why? Do you want something?
Oh, no. I think he's being friendly. People around here are friendly, like we've seen in the movies, right?
I thought that was just make-believe, like superheroes or families that go to church.
No, that's a myth. This is real life.
So, I live in that house over yonder. Name's Kevin.
Hi, Kevin. I'm Tiffany, she, her.
And I'm Steve, he, him.
What are your pronouns?
I don't believe in pronouns. I think they're reductive. In fact, just your asking about it is a microaggression.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. I'm just messing with you. I like all pronouns. My favorite is you.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Exactly. So, if you need anything, just holler. My wife and I'd be happy to help.
Baby, he has a gun.
I'm calling the cops.
I'm recording you.
No.
Recording
It's
you.
okay.
Political correctness is a manifestation of lack of fucking self-esteem because you're all cunts. Because you cunts all want everybody to love you. I don't want anybody to love me. I don't want anybody to even fucking like me. Do you think Donald Trump gives a shit what you think of him? Do you think Steve Jobs, when he was alive, gave a shit? Do you think Mark Zuckerberg gives a shit? Political correctness is a manifestation of lack of fucking self-esteem because you're all...
All right, has anyone noticed this trend among some of our government experts lately? It starts off with them telling you a thing. If you question the thing, you will be mocked, ridiculed, and potentially censored. It then turns out later that the thing that they told you wasn't quite as true as they promised you it would be. And when you point this out, they revert to telling you that, well, they never told you the thing that they told you. And then when you show them incontrovertible proof that they did in fact tell you the thing that they told you, they just suggest that you should be mocked, ridiculed, and potentially censored. I can't imagine why we don't trust these guys.
What's up, y'all? Hey, Joyful Josh. Hey, Crime. Hey, George. Hey, Frank. Hey, Echo. Let me get this link out. If anybody wants to come up, Bonnie's coming, I guess. Glad you watched Kiss Off. We kind of had fun. Waiting to see who shows up. Everybody doing all right tonight? Seen a lot of crazy streams going. I ain't gonna knock on nothing. Not my thing to talk bad about anybody. Enough people out here doing it. Wish everybody can get along, be kind of a hand up to each other, and even exact copies of people that believe everything the same. You put them in a room for 5 minutes, they're not going to agree on everything. So. Yeah, we kind of got weird. I had to let Willie know later that wasn't nothing, no shot at him or nothing. Bonnie was trying to find D. He threw one out. Carl let him know. I know me doing one last minute. Probably should have tried earlier, but there was other people on. Who banned you? Yeah. I like that old song. I've been kicked out every bar I ever played in. So. Yeah, George, how's the weather up there if you're still out there? I guess I'm hearing a lot of people are getting escorted away from over there at Kissall. What's up, Watt? Hey, Crystal. Your name come up, I think, yesterday or the day before. Nobody'd seen you in a while. As far as people talking about others, I got more things to do in my time than that. If I spend my time worrying about my ass, I won't have time to worry about other stuff. That's pretty good. We had that over here yesterday or the day before. I think it was the day before. When did the power go out? Last night or the day before?
No, night before.
Night before last, all that weird storm come through. Had the windows open back here. Rain was blowing and hitting the ashtray over here that's on the other side of me, on the other side of the window. Hey, Deb. Hey, Vicky. Let me see. I heard. Somebody just sent a message somewhere. I'm coming to let you in. Whoever beeped, I heard you. Hey, Josh.
Babe, yep. Hey, Bonnie.
Josh, hey, Bonnie.
Let me get my microphone. Hold on.
Are you live?
Huh?
Are you live?
Yeah.
Oh.
I've been live 9 minutes.
Oh.
I started and clicked it up when I said, you want me to start one?
Yeah. Benjamin, kiss off.
At Kiss Off, said she had a blast with us in our slang last night.
Oh, that's great.
Hey, Ben. George, I guess keep your hat strapped in. It was crazy out here. Our power was out for almost 4 hours to the minute. It seemed like it was scheduled. We had to go get cigarettes. we had to drive into Shreveport a good ways. That's out of Texas into Louisiana, probably 15 miles on the highway till we found one of the exits off the interstate that had power.
Wow. Be joyful.
Looking at me like they shut down a segment. It was bad enough to shut down the internet. I even got an alert on my phone that the internet was down.
Goodness.
Let me see what this video Carl sent me is, if I could put it up. Carl showing the storm going through there.
Yeah. Looks like it's gonna blow away.
Yeah, his
Thank you, Crystal.
tent that he's in waving pretty good. Up in Michigan where Carl is.
He's gonna fly it to Texas, Chuck. He's gonna fly it to Texas.
The way it's moving around, I'd be afraid it'd take off.
I'll be back up, Chuck. I gotta go.
All right. Yeah, I don't know if Carl wants me to put that on or not, so I won't. Viggy,
I'll share it.
Crystal said hi, Viggy. What's up, D-Dog?
Hey, Crystal.
Carl, you want me to show them that you're almost in an air balloon? All right, hold on.
Did you share the link with me?
I'm getting it up, I think. Let's see. Yeah, you might have to share it. It's not letting me pick it up.
Okay, did it. Hey, D-Dog.
I guess I'm going from the Brave tab to Google tab. Hey, Jerry.
I'll be back at the group home tomorrow. It's around 4 o'clock. YouTube notification in as soon as I open up my second channel. That will be in the process tomorrow.
Good.
I'll be doing screen noise like everybody else.
Yeah.
I don't want that to interfere with any and stuff with it. I'm gonna have the laptop for that and just use the other computer for gaming.
Hold on. POV. POV.
I'm not stopping today.
Is that coming through?
Yes.
You make sure it's big. And get over and make it big and it stops. Is it working now?
Yes.
Looks like you're in a hurricane, Carl.
Went out to a place called Grove City today.
Called what city, Josh?
Grove City. Had to buy my wife a new water bottle because we went to lunch and her water bottle was leaking everywhere.
Uh-oh.
Bought her a new water bottle.
Here.
It was one of those ones that were metal, where you can put warm stuff in it.
Yeah.
Cold stuff in it. $36 is what I paid for that. Prices are going up on everything.
Goodness.
Then I got home and got into the building to where I was waiting to come home, and when we decided that they were going to step on my foot, and with my AFOs being on, it made my feet hurt even more than what it should have.
All right.
Okay. So, Carl, that's still going on? Saying he can't hear his phone on full blast.
Probably all that wind, maybe.
Yeah.
I watched the rest of Barney's video last night as I was going back and forth on the school bus. Couldn't stop laughing near the end of it. My wife looked over at me and said, "What are you laughing at?" I was like, "Never mind, you won't understand."
Flames coming through, touchdowns.
Yeah, Carl sounds like he's getting hailed.
Oh, is that on that video?
Yeah, didn't think it had audio, but I didn't turn it on.
Goodness.
For some reason or another, it starts everything without audio anymore.
Yeah, Anna said it's really windy where she's at too. And Jerry Lee.
Everything amplifies when I have it coming through my hearing aids. That's why the sound quality is a lot louder.
Mm. Carl said play it with sound.
All right, let me. Getting it back again.
That'd be kind of cool if it came flying into Texas, but hopefully you have some lights on the bottom.
Is it showing?
Yes. Oh, goodness. He's got his wood stove bouncing around like that.
I think the wood stove's next to it with that big shiny spot in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was kind of jumping.
All right. I don't know if you can see my pointer right there.
Yeah, I can see it.
Not sure what this. I think that's just a center pole with stuff hanging on it.
Oh, okay. Still, that's some crazy stuff you got going on there, Carl.
Hey, Patrick. Hey, Cindy.
He was telling me last night, I hope you have a hole to go get in. And I said, no.
Hey, homesteading. Hey, T-girl.
Looks like he needs to get into a hole.
Yeah, like Carl and Rusty, they seem like guys. Everybody seems like good guys.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's when you learn what you should have hanging on a tent and what shouldn't be. I don't know. A tea girl.
One of them got some Nathan hot dogs. I made chili dogs and stuff for Vicky and them, and I had the other out, and I ended up making mine with tomato slices and relish and chopped up banana peppers on it, mustard and ketchup, and even put some of that tomato chow chow on it. It's got the minced tomatoes and cabbage and stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
I like them loaded hot dogs.
Yeah.
Good morning. He's talking over everybody.
I'm sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
When I used to make hot dogs, I used to fry them in a skillet with butter. And then I put them on pieces of bread and like that. It was good.
Yeah.
Hey, stands alone.
I stand alone.
I don't do much cooking since I'm in the group right now. I'm lucky if I can use the microwave.
Yeah. They actually come out pretty good in the microwave. You wait till they kind of puff up and you can bust it open.
Yeah. I used to live on it when I used to live with my mom before she died.
Real good.
I used to have a lot of banquet meals to make them in
That's
the microwave.
saying that, so I didn't even get weird when I had issues finding the stove.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's what I woke up early.
Hmm?
That's what I did when I woke up early.
What?
Stretched.
Hey guys, you know how come women when they wake up rub their eyes?
Yeah.
You know?
They don't have balls to scratch.
Oh my goodness.
That's just rotten. That's why it was because they didn't want to see their husband.
Did you get a hold of Dee and tell her?
Yes.
Asher Kelly asked you a question.
Let's see. I haven't heard anything or saw anything, but I really didn't even get on YouTube till, hell, I don't know. I've been watching some other stuff, but I hadn't hunted any around and looked at anything all day.
Yeah, we were all up a little late last night. Bonnie.
I gotta stop that.
We had fun though.
Yep.
And I was watching Bonnie's video And that video, the last video she did last night was like 7 hours, so I speeded it up a little bit because I wanted to speed it up, and it helped a little bit.
Yeah, Carl, if the truck or the tree moves, I don't know what if there's much help around you.
Gave me something to do on the bus, so I can't complain.
Yep, D-Dog. I'm watching this one guy that he's off grid, and they're coming after him for living in a tiny house, for living off grid, because he's got a well, because his well is on either a generator or on solar, because he's got 15 years of stored firewood, because he's got chickens, because him and his wife live off chickens and the eggs. Now they're going after him because his wife is saying she's elderly and he's putting her in bad conditions, which she wants to be the way she is, because they don't even have a washer dryer. They wash in wash tubs and hang their clothes out on a line. Everything that they want it to be that way.
Yeah, they're saying that she shouldn't be there because it's elder's abuse or something.
Yeah, elderly abuse, and he's making her live in horrible conditions.
Oh my goodness.
And they've been living there together for what? How many years did he say?
He's been there 4 or 5 years, and they've been together a long time. They both decided to get away from the corporate world, off the grid, off the being on a payroll for anything.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about then, D-Dog? I forget his name. I'm going to throw him a bone. Maybe you guys will like him.
I saw a video once, this little couple come walking out of the rock cave thing. They had been in there for 50 years.
The number one longest lasting.
Sorry about that.
Excuse me.
Here, you guys, check him out if you want to. Hey, Ridge Runner.
I'm not even on YouTube. I don't even have my phone on YouTube right now. It's just sitting here in sleep mode. Standby. They keep wanting me to update to iOS 16.1, but I'm not doing it. I use a lot of accessibility features, and I've heard people say that the accessibility isn't really working that good.
His little house off the grid. He's got almost 85,000 subs, but
Hotneck was online tonight, so I went in and said hi to her. She didn't even notice me in the chat. Bummer.
yeah, they say T-Girl, once we pass 55, the majority of people have that, just depending on how bad. That's one of the things they got me, said that, and regular arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis. I smoke too much. I drink too much anything with sugar. I don't drink Cokes anymore. I don't drink enough water is what they used to say. Well, I drink plenty now, but still, they say if we drink what they say, we're still dehydrated. They say we eat 3 meals a day, we're still malnourished.
Or overweight.
I have arthritis on my left hip, and I can't sleep on it. But if I start sleeping on it, then it hurts really bad.
His left hip. Your left hip? That's how I am. Our car wreck.
Gotta sleep on my right.
Yeah. Our car wreck did my hip in. From the seatbelt.
What's his name? They said that Colin didn't take enough of it. Ed said all his joints and shit were hurting and stuff. He beat himself to death over the years. All that stuff stopped hurting. He said he feels like he's in his 40s, 30s. Did.
Yeah.
Might want to look into that collagen, Josh. A lot of people saying their joints and a lot of stuff that hurt them don't anymore since they started taking it.
I think my hip pain hurt in a while. Guess I just forgot about it.
Went to the doctor said there's not do it, but they said the only thing I could take is Tylenol.
Yeah, this isn't med. This is a supplement. It's kind of like a vitamin.
Yeah,
It's collagen.
it's a vitamin. But Ed got me taking them. Damn Ed. Where's Ed with his commercial?
I need to start taking it. I thought this other stuff, Osteobiflex I had collagen in it, but it doesn't. It still helps your joints, but
Oh, crap. I'm gonna eat them. I'm gonna go butter. Don't, well, if you do get collagen, get the powder. Don't get the pills.
yeah, Vicky gets pills and damn things look like suppositories. She's got to chop them up.
I got the pill one time. And I'll never do it again.
Yeah, T-girl, look into milk thistle. Milk thistle's good for your liver, helps regenerate it and stuff. I'm not a doctor and I'm not giving medical advice. I just said look into it.
Me neither. Now that you said that about the joints and stuff, I noticed that. I guess I just forgot about it because it hasn't been bothering me.
Collagen's supposed to be good for your organ too, any kind of tissue, flesh, including cartilage and tendons.
And tigers and bears, oh my.
I've been staying pretty regular with magnesium and potassium because I said that I hear that affects a lot too. Even, huh? They say most of our issues and our illnesses and everything else stems from leaky gut and our stomach and all the way down through our digestive tract. The lack of magnesium and potassium is a major cause of it. I'm noticing feeling a little better since I've been taking it for like a week now, making sure I take it daily. Yeah. T, do some looking into milk thistle. I'm not telling you to do that, but I don't believe nothing half the time the doctors tell me. I just think they're trying to get me to come in to spend more money and use my insurance. I don't trust them. Yeah, Deb, I'm supposed to clean it and detoxify it and help start regenerating because the liver is the only organ we have. If you just have a small speck of it, it'll try to regenerate itself. I'm not saying it's a cure. Tea could possibly help. I know people that had hepatitis issues with their liver and cirrhosis, and from drinking and not drinking, and take it, and it helped a lot. They were, I forget what you call it, where they started getting yellow jaundice like, and then pulled them out of it.
They have some kind of liver pills, heal liver or something in the vitamin section at Walmart. I can't remember what the hell it's called.
They say any organ you're having issues with too, eat that organ meat. I don't know if it's raw. I ain't gonna eat it raw.
No.
I know a buddy of mine, when he was premature, and his liver wasn't fully developed, and he ended up cirrhosis. He like when he was born, and he said for the first 2 years of his life, he had to eat. His mom would mix baby cereal and raw liver and blend it up, and he had to have that. And he said to this day, and I ain't seen him in a few years, but he was in his 50s. He said he just smell the liver and it makes him want to get sick.
Mm-hmm. I can understand that.
I was born 3 months premature. I was supposed to be born in July, and I was born in April 20th, 1993. I was born with jaundice so bad that I was born black. They had to emergency baptize me.
Yeah, I was on a lot of meds, pain meds and other shit, and I quit taking all of it. I take some supplements. The Ivor, I'm more regular than I am anything, and every now and then I take a little that bit of aspirin.
They laughed at me, so they had put them in my head, and that's why I have both of them.
Yeah, D-Dog, like willow bark. I need to find willow trees. I don't think they live too well here in Texas, so I might have to order some willow bark offline and try it. I read it does a lot for the headache, and it does a lot for a painkiller, and there's other things that helps too. And it's not just any, it's all willow from what I read. So I appreciate you telling me about that.
It wasn't bad. And then they had the...
Josh, you're fading out real bad. Bonnie, did you say something a second ago?
Not really. I can't remember if I did.
I know you was away, and I thought you'd come back and said something. Huh? I don't know.
Deanna did a live earlier with some natural ways and showing how to get them. Kind of pricey, but
This is any better.
Yeah, I was in and out of there a few times earlier. Is that when she had her friend over?
yes, Sarah.
Is that better, Chuck?
Yeah.
I flipped the microphone to the webcam.
Yeah, picking up now. It sounded like your internet was cutting out on you.
I had the microphone up to my hearing aid before. Is it better now?
Yeah. Well, don't do anything that bothers your hearing aid if it screams at you or something. Yeah, I'd like to get out and get in the woods again and get refreshed with mushroom hunting and stuff, with ginseng and golden seal. But I don't know how that. I'd have to prepare for some of that stuff.
My mom wasn't too happy that they had to do the plate reconstruction because an idiot came in and asked her, how did it feel to see your son laying here like this? But my mom wasn't too happy about that.
Yes, that had a lot to do with that. The Ivor, that's them being told to say that, not prescribing it. I've listened to them, what, 10,000 doctors or whatever it was that group's called, and saying it's safer than baby aspirin.
Wow.
I'm not telling you to do anything, but it's what I've seen. Doctor, I don't know how he stands here, but I know the pharmacist doesn't, but he also voted for a potato too, so. And his whole thing, issue with wearing a mask was better to be safe than sorry. And I'm like, you understand what you're doing when you're wearing it, what you're breathing in and out. He goes, yeah, you're supposed to change them out often. I'm like, still, best medicine you got. I told him your system.
See, girl, I understand that.
Thought to bring on us for a little bit today.
Cindy, that's why I say I don't trust him. I trusted my doctor I was going to. He's from India, and he also told me he didn't like giving me all the stuff that was going in there, but I was sent to him. He didn't do pain management, but he would to an extent. And he complained to me all the time that I'd come in there and get them. He goes, you know, that's killing you from the inside. He goes, you're trading feeling better and doing you worse. Well, the day that I decided to quit going to him because I wanted to get off all that stuff, he was happy that I was quitting it. He told me I shouldn't quit it just cut and dry, but he said I should wean myself down. And the day I decided I was going to, I quit taking all of it.
My aunt liked that Bonnie was showing the cooking last night on the stream. She went in and saw that girl was cooking. And she asked me, what's she making? Macaroni and cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget the name of that D-dog, that fungus on corn, but I know what you're talking about. A lot of people, that's a delicacy. It's good healing and good tasting, and I forget what they call that. I remember as kids getting corn out of cornfields and having it, everybody freaking out and was afraid to eat the corn that didn't have it if it was around it. And I was like, I heard it's medicine, but I didn't know enough about it as a kid to tell anything. And you can't tell, kids don't tell adults things, and usually they listen.
So the adults tell us it's fine, eat it. So we eat it.
Yep, Debs, I am. 2010. Sitting at a red light, got hit from behind by somebody driving doing 70. Surprisingly, it didn't break my neck, but wrecked it. I broke the headrest, seen out the back window, and I don't remember nothing after that. Vicky said I bounced off the steering wheel a few times. She thought I was dead.
Oh my goodness. I hope you got a big settlement out of that.
No.
Nope. The lawyer got a lot. I think the lawyer got paid off.
Yeah.
They're like, if it was a person driving that did it, they said if it had been a Coca-Cola truck or some company vehicle,
That hit us.
I could have wrote my own check, but since it was an individual, and as soon as they found out that I was hurt, they filed bankruptcy, so there's nothing we can do.
Wow.
They went after what they could out of their insurance, and he even turned on my insurance and sued them. The lawyer got, what do they call it? Uninsured motorist part of my insurance. Fell under it and supposed to get only 30%. But what he did is he took 1/3 of it and then took the rest of the doctor stuff out of my end, and then I got what's left. Me and Vicky.
It's crazy how that works. There was a semi that jackknifed because a elderly couple with a travel trailer were bouncing off of the trailer that he was pulling, and he kept trying to move over so that, because he was worried that they were going to jackknife or something, and he ended up hitting the curb on the median, jackknifed, and the couple just kept on driving. They didn't even know that they were bouncing off of him. So when it went to court, that's the only jury I ever served on, and the amount was $250,000. It was between the insurance companies, and the morons that were on the jury with me couldn't figure out the damages, the loss of his livelihood, his truck, his back injuries that he had constant care for. It all added up to even more than the $250,000. And they settled, they agreed that he should get $80,000 of it. Was all. I didn't sign the paper. I was so mad.
And was it a business, right?
Do what?
It was all through a business too that it was going through. It wasn't a person, individual that caused
No,
it.
he owned his own truck, but it was the couple's fault. I mean, even the DPS had to follow them for 25 miles to pull them over to let them know that they just caused an accident.
Everywhere I go, they tell me not to sign papers unless someone tells you what you're signing them for. You never know what you might be signing. You could be signing your life away. Good advice.
Are you reading chat, Chuck?
Yeah, I already rinsed Jerry too.
Yeah, okay.
And Vicky. Yeah, anybody don't have ranch on this new channel, I ain't gouging you, I just ain't seen you.
I ain't worried about it. I'll get one sooner or later.
I think you got one on here, don't you?
I don't know. I haven't checked. Another thing that really annoys me is when I go into YouTube, they keep putting me in PopCap and I have to put to the live chat. It's really annoying. But that's for everybody.
That wreck with you, though, that's absolutely crazy. You were sitting at a stop sign.
Who was?
That accident with you, weren't you sitting at a stop
We,
sign?
we were at a red light.
A red light. And they plowed into the back of you. You're sitting
Yeah.
there minding your own business, obeying the law.
The lady was drunk, bragging about she took too many Xanax, complaining she dropped her cell phone and she only took her eyes off the road for maybe a minute. I'm like, a minute? And she was trying to find her phone where it went. So she was texting, drunk, drinking, and pill popping, and not even looking.
Oh my goodness.
The people, we were in the right lane, first in line. There was 2 or 3 other cars in the left lane behind each other. And they said that the car come flying by the last person. This was all in the write-up. That she never hit her brakes, wasn't no squealing or nothing. She just plowed us through. And when I finally realized where I was at, we were like 30 feet away, sideways in the road, in the middle of an intersection. Looked like I did try to slide sideways and turn to the right. She went under the car it was a early 2000 model Silverado, but when she hit, she bent the frame, turned the bumper upside down, pushed the spare tire up under between the frame and the rear axle. It ripped the whole front of her car off, folded her hood in half, and busted her windshield, and it ripped like the valve cover and the intake and shit off her motor and shit.
She's lucky she actually lived.
Yeah, she is.
Because her car was, ooh. And then when I seen how screwed up she was, oh man, I got madder. That cop was like, no ma'am, don't do it. He knew what I wanted to do.
I don't know how much time had lapsed when I remember getting hit, seeing out upside down out the back window. My head went so far back. And then I come to my senses sort of one of the paramedics trying to get me to sit back down. I guess Vicky said I kept getting up, trying to get out of the truck and was wobbling and falling. And then he turned around and said that I told him that I didn't want to ride to the hospital. I don't even remember talking to him. Vicky seen me drunk before, and she said I looked far beyond that. I was just so out of it.
You're probably in shock.
I probably had a concussion. I should have went. I think I ended up going when I got home or through the night. Because when all of it finally wore off and come to realization, I felt like some bunch of people beat me with a baseball bat all over.
Yeah.
I don't know why my hearing aids are acting up, but I'm like getting every other word.
Probably my mic. I need to move it.
It's clear to me.
I think it's coming from my
That ain't better.
coming from. We'll find out here in a minute when I move. Nope, it's still doing it. Coming from my end. Excuse me. Let's see what Windows have to say.
Dee must either crank the show, can't show up, or got tied up.
Yeah.
Or she might be mad. She's trying to get somebody to come up on her show earlier, and I was in and out doing stuff. Didn't go up there. I might have pissed her off because I didn't go up there. I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I sent you a picture of that yapper y'all hear all the time.
And she got a look on her face like I said now.
Mm-hmm. Always.
Mom had a Maltese and something that looked sort of like that, but her hair was straighter. And she was kind of like blonde, orange, and white. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. The mom treated that damn dog like a queen.
Yeah.
We got her after Mom passed, had her out over here, and she didn't have Mom around babying her, and I didn't treat her no more special than the other animals. And I guess she had separation anxiety from. She didn't live maybe 6 or 8 months after Mom died.
Oh. Goodness, Carl. I love the old Novas. But they look pretty cool.
Yeah, David sending me messages.
That's gonna be annoying as all hell.
Wow. I'd say the right to travel ends when you do harm to someone.
Yeah, this lady, they asked me, goes, well, she filed bankruptcy. What should we do? What do you want me to do? I'm like, well, the doctor tells me I'll never be able to work again. So that means I can't provide for my family. I said, I want you to take every damn thing she's got. I don't care. She did what she did. She took it into everybody's life into her hands when she left like that. I said, I want to put her under a bridge.
Well, when one of my daughters, she caused an accident, and they made her go to work to pay that off. It was like $10,000, but she still had to pay it.
Okay, Patrick. Patrick wants to see your dog.
They want to see what's making all that noise.
This is not a D dog. This is a B dog.
Her name is Bella.
That's why I said a B dog.
Told Anna I'm shipping her to her. She's been driving me crazy all day.
Two girls that
Wolverine!
today.
Yeah,
Josh,
what's up, bud?
Hey, Camo.
I got a lull in the microburst. Let's see how long it lasts.
Yeah, Bonnie.
That's my little Bella. She's the boss.
Yeah, I can see a smart ass grin on that one.
It's like treats now, woman. Outside. Yeah, I piss on the rug, and I'm gonna piss over here in a minute.
Yeah, I don't know if you could see the carpet right where she was standing yesterday or the day before. You can barely see it.
I see
My
something like
granddaughter-
Empty.
like
My
a
coffee
footprint.
cup's empty.
My
Hey,
granddaughter
Carl. Hey, Carl.
drew a
If you see a
ring with a
bike,
marker.
Carl, if you see a bicycle flying by with a woman riding, it's just Nancy going to take a hammer to her husband.
Right. Can somebody drop a house on that, please?
So you want the red slippers now, huh?
Give them to anybody but her.
I could see he turned them into red combat boots.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm not wearing any red footwear any time in my life. I can guarantee that. Only way that's going to happen is if I'm like tromping through a lot of guts or something.
Yeah. I thought you was going to say, because you're on your way out, you're going to go out like you came in covered in somebody else's blood.
Yeah, don't push me because I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Oh.
I remember that.
That's like the first rap song I ever heard, and that was in the 70s.
Hell, you remember, what was it? Ice-T and Body Count?
Nope. I know the name Ice-T. There's like Ice Cube, Ice-T, Vanilla Ice. They all sound like coffee flavors.
Yeah, Ice-T, Body Count. That was it was like heavy metal rap that came out in like the mid to late 80s. I think it was.
Oh, Michael J. Fox is dead. That's what T's saying.
Yeah, I saw something about it. Then I did some looking, and it ended up, they said it was fraud, but
Well, you might want to triple check that. I mean, because I have seen a lot of that faking deaths thing. I don't know where they get their rocks off on that, but they obviously do.
celebrity fake deaths and shit.
Well, he's had Parkinson's for a while now.
Yeah,
I know. I mean, it's kind of believable, but then again, they like to bullshit us.
And who was that other actor that I sent out today to y'all?
Oh, you mean the
No,
child boy band guy, Aaron Carter?
rapper. Yes.
I didn't know Blondie was a rapper.
Yeah,
She said she confirmed it. It must be new news. I can't look right now when I'm on here, but I trust T-Girl's discernment.
She said in the
Usually, T-Girl, the rule goes for me on a death notice if I see 3 or more when I do a search. Then it's usually real.
Yeah, I looked earlier, and it was through Brave, and it said a bunch of it said it was a fake thing, but it might have been real. Who knows? A lot of people.
Yeah,
don't want to know.
sometimes they'll release information before they can confirm it, and then the confirmation comes just shortly afterward.
yeah.
Kind of like Kurt Cobain died. They didn't want to release nothing.
Yeah, he was lying. He had a gun the whole time.
That's funny. Ridge Runner.
I know you like that one, Vicky. That's why I said it again. No, so this 1970 Nova. All right, I want to tell the story. And I was at a band practice. A friend of mine used to play down in Detroit all the time. We were at his band practice, and I came there with a buddy of mine him and his dad had taken this already nice 1970 Nova, and they hopped it up. It was beautiful. I mean, like a lime green, impeccable. They both just sat there and stared at it for hours. It was that pretty. And he had a breakup with his girlfriend at the same time that I had a breakup with my girlfriend. And, well, when we left the band practice, I didn't know he was this drunk, all right? Because we get onto this dirt road. This is the first road. This is only a 2-road story. Well, the first road, it's like 8 miles long and all dirt. And we get out onto that, and he just looks at me and floors it. And that car just floated that 8 miles in no time flat. And he skidded over the paved road into the ditch and took out a stop sign on the other side of the paved road. Now, we got out. We assessed the damage. It was horrible, all right? Because we were flying probably 90 miles an hour when he hit it, it totally screwed up his front quarter panel. And I thought it, like, you know, would have been enough to where he would have stopped at that point. And he's like, you know, cussing at himself and whatever. We get back in the car. We get on that paved road, which is about 15 miles to get to Oxford. And there, probably about 10 miles in, there's the only curves there, and it's at a abandoned ski resort. There's like these devil's curves, you know, a big S curve. And we got on that highway, and he just floored it again. And in this old 70 Nova, the needle to the speedometer goes from one side of the dash all the way over to where it goes past 140. And that needle was buried past the 140. And every time we'd hit a little dip in the road, I'd see the needle go up and then tink, fall right back down, full blast. And that's about when I looked up and saw the sign for that S-turn. And it happened just about that quick. All right. We blew through 10 miles of territory like lightning. And that's the last thing I saw before was that sign. The next thing you know, it was like I was in a fight with a football team. I remember something in my face. I remember what I thought was the ceiling. And then it all stopped. And the only thing still working on the car was the radio, and it was jamming, "Gonna make a jailbreak." I'll never forget that, because every part on that car was broken but the radio. And even the battery was broken, but it was still working. All right. And what it did is, when he went off the road, he first hit the ditch and did an end over end. All right. Which it hit the ditch again and did the sideways roll. And then we hit this massive boulder the size of a VW Bug. And then kitty corner rolled back out into the road, facing the other way in the other lane. Now, I woke up in the passenger seat in the back seat. The passenger seat was in the back seat with me, and the roof is bent down to where I can't move. I had to move the front seat from under me a little bit and get up underneath the roof, and I crawled out the broken back window, and the driver was nowhere. I couldn't find him. It was 125 yards down the road with his feet up on the road and his head in the ditch. He had puddles of blood in his eye sockets and a hole in his side the size of a basketball. And I thought, oh, he's dead. He ain't breathing. I got to get. And I knew people that lived there. So I ran right to the first house I could, called the police. And by the time I got back, there was already an Oakland County sheriff over top of them saying, did you see this? Did you hear it? I said, oh, yeah, I saw it and I heard it. You know, and I don't think at first he comprehended I was trying to tell him I was with him. And when I did tell him I was with him, he didn't believe me. All right, because like I said, I had nothing but a pair of shorts on. I wasn't seat belted. And he was in a coma for 2 weeks. I rode with him to the hospital, and he never came to while I was there. They had pretty bad hopes about it, you know, but he finally came to about 2 weeks later. And just about the time I had heard that, I took off and moved downstate, you know, not thinking anything would matter about it or anything. Well, when I came back in late 87, I went to the same place I used to rent a room and rented a room. And the next morning, the cops are there to pick me up. And they're like, come with us. I'm like, well, why? What did I do? I just got here. I ain't going nowhere. Oh, no, you're subpoenaed. You got to go to court. Like, what are you talking about? He said, well, you've got to go to court, and you got to be at the 52nd District Court in Rochester, Michigan by such and such. And I'm like, oh, what the heck? They wouldn't even tell me why they were taking me. And they took me in there, and I walked into this conference room. There was like 6 people there and the driver. And as soon as I walked in the door, his head just fell and hit the table. All right. He knew he was screwed. He'd been telling them the whole time that I was the driver so he could get out of all the tickets and all this stuff. And they had his prints on the wheel. They had his statements from when he woke up. They had my statements from the scene. They had, you know, they knew, but there was no way unless I was there that I could counter what they were saying. That sucker tried to say I was driving the car, and to this day, he still tries to pull that crap on me. And I'm just, at this point, just pissed off. He almost killed me. There's no sorrow there in him at all. What an asshole.
What a
friend. He almost killed you and then try to throw it on you, too.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he did.
I wouldn't call that a friend.
So I tell my boys, if you're going to do dumb shit, own your shit. Always stand behind what you do, good or bad.
Yep.
So yeah, Joyful, I had angels watching over me. Not a scratch. I should have been dead.
Yeah.
He apparently flew out the back window while we were rolling. That's the best it could be explained. Somehow he busted out from being in the front driver's seat, went over that and out the back window while we were flipping. That's flippy.
Probably when it was doing the front to back flipping instead of the side.
Did he heal okay though?
You know, I don't really know, because after that happened, you know, you don't want much to do with anybody like that.
Yeah.
He was down in Florida the last time I heard. He found me on Facebook. You know, he was acting like, hey, it's great to see you. And after a couple of weeks of bullshit, he says, hey, man, how come you just won't admit that you were driving? I'm like, fuck you. You're an asshole. And this is the last time you'll ever hear from me.
Damn.
I knew I saw it coming. I mean, the great gal I was with even was like, yeah, he's still on to something. He's still got, there's something on his mind. We knew it was coming.
But what good would it do him to say now that you were driving?
Right.
You know, I've war gamed this in my head so much that I wonder if he wasn't so fucked up from that wreck that he doesn't really know.
Yeah,
That's what I was going to say. That, or he's lied so much about it, he believes his own bullshit.
Or that, because that I've seen before.
My brother does that.
Yeah. There is something else that goes back farther into the 70s that you know, it may be involved because his brother broke into my sister's house and I put him in the hospital. I'm talking broken face, broken ribs, broken arms. I fucked him up. But he hated his brother, all right? And he knew that his brother deserved. He knew that his brother deserved.
Everybody stop talking about Dee. She's here. Can't say no more bad about her.
All right. All right. Everybody stop talking about deserved.
Hey, Dee.
Hi, Vicky. How you doing, honey?
How you doing?
I was listening to Camo's story with bated breath, actually.
Yeah. Finish your story.
Who's getting
Oh, yeah. Well, see, before that accident, like I said, that happened in '85. Back in the '70s, his brother broke into my sister's house, and I didn't catch him for a couple of years. And I fucked him up. But at the time, those two didn't even like each other. All right.
Good.
So,
I like those.
but looking back at that, they were blood brothers. So, you know, maybe he had a vendetta against me all along.
Oh, sorry, kitty. Oh.
Yeah, I had a dude, I can't remember, it was in the early 90s, I'm guessing. He wanted me to listen to this car. It was like early 70s. Driving it around where a buddy of mine lived. It was a neighborhood. You go back and it's kind of shaped like a spoon. You go back one road, it goes back in there. You take a little right turn, and then the road either goes straight or turns to the left, and it makes just a big circle back there. And he was back around, dude, slow down. He goes, well, I want you to hear this noise make, see if you can tell me what it is. And I'm like, wait, there's no reason for us to be doing 90 mile an hour in this neighborhood and this constant damn near left turn all the way around. And he wouldn't slow down, and it straightened out a little bit, and he gassed it. When he did, the road curved, and he missed it, hit the edge of the road, and we slid off.
Ugh.
And it was one of them damn ditches that was off the side of the road. The ditch was probably 3 or 4 foot deep. But we hit that ditch. Next thing you know, he's in my lap, and I'm slinging him over next to me, back over. I said, "You're driving. Get us out of this damn ditch." He goes, we're fucking stuck, and ended up the car ended up turning where the front was on one side of the ditch, the back was on another side of the ditch. I climbed out through the window, got on the roof, and just jumped off the back. And he's like, well, where are you going? You got to help me do something. I said, no, you put that fucker in the ditch. You're going to stay here with it. I think this car is stolen. I said, you better wipe the dash off. I said,
oh my gosh. Oh,
I kept walking, and then I got about halfway around the block to where my buddy's house was, and these people I knew that lived over here, the son was a deputy sheriff and the father was a deputy sheriff. They go, what's going on down there? I said, so-and-so, I forget his name now. He did Rusty. He put a car in a damn ditch. Well, hold on. We need to get a report from you. I said,
I think you knew some of the same people I did.
I knew those people too. That's what I was sitting here thinking. That sounds like someone I know.
I know both of you. You know who I am. He was driving. He wanted me to hear a damn noise. I was at Lynn's house. I said, if you need to talk to me, come up there. Well, I'm telling you, you're going to stop. I said, what are you going to do? Shoot me in the back for getting away from a guy that ran a car in a ditch? I just kept walking. Well, I'm telling you to stop. I said, well, come see me up here. I walked and got up there. I was madder than shit. They never come down there, but Rusty ended up coming back here later and told him, want to know. He said he's mad at me because I walked away from it. And he's like, yeah, well, you're lucky Chuck didn't stomp a mud puddle out of you and leave you in that ditch.
Yeah. Is Josh here? Oh, hey, Josh. I just got your message. I was busy. I hope you got your YouTube question answered. He said he had a question on you about YouTube. So, but you should just fire away with your questions, and then I could answer it. I'm busy a lot. I'm not busy a lot, but sometimes I'm available. But a lot of times I'm outside or I'm traveling, and
wow, you're just saying all the key words. When I was a kid, I read the dictionary.
Josh?
Listen. Let me get a word in, D. All right, when I was a kid, I had one of them big, thick Webster dictionaries. You remember those? They were like 6 inches thick and had every word known to man in them. I went through and I read the whole thing, and I decided of my favorite word, and you just said it. You're a peripatetic quidnog.
What?
A traveling busybody. You're a traveling busybody. You just said all that in a roundabout way.
Oh. No, I'm not a busybody.
She's probably like, when did I say that word?
I'm not a busybodies are not known as being good in the Bible. I'm not a busybody.
A traveling busybody.
No.
That means that somebody that, to me, that just means somebody who's always got something. I always got something going.
Always moving.
I know. I just realized I'm not driving as much. I go to town once or twice a week at tops, at the most.
She's like, Camo, did you just label me, you son of a...
Yeah, you fucker. Put me in a box. The hell I'm taking that label. Fuck that. Kiss my ass. I accept no labels. No labels.
That's all right. I called you a sweetheart, remember, earlier, so...
No,
you know.
I don't remember that.
D, one of my
I said you are way nicer than most people would ever even know.
Don't tell
D,
people.
one of my buddies that shows up here on Monday said he thinks he knows you from Humboldt. He used to go up there in California 10, 15 years ago.
What's his name?
His name's David Taylor, but tall, lanky, probably 6'4", 6'5", got long hair, always keeps it in a ponytail.
How old is he?
The man ain't changed in age.
50,
I mean, he looks the same.
50, 52 maybe.
Is he in your friends list on Facebook?
I'm not sure.
Oh. David Taylor doesn't sound familiar. Unless his family business is Taylor Landscaping.
Not real sure. He said he spent a lot of time back and forth. He knows Humboldt County. He said one thing I always liked about Humboldt. He goes, they got some awesome smoke up there. He goes, they grow some good shit out of rocks. He said.
Jerry D, Cindy, I love you guys. Hey, Eric. Yeah, they grow some good shit. They can throw seeds out on the riverbank and come back 6 months later, and voila! I mean, I've seen it growing on the side of Wisconsin too in the summertime. It is a weed after all, people.
Yeah, he said
I read somewhere it's the most adaptable weed on the planet.
He said he'd been jacking around with his buddies before, and they'd be like out whatever up there, and they'll find a stream. He said he's picked bananas out there, and it's not really nobody's property. He just find wild shit growing and
Wow.
find buds like bananas hanging out there.
Never heard stories like that, but I don't doubt it. I mean, it depends where he's walking around, you know. It's Humboldt County enforcement protects their own.
Yeah.
I saw some of those stories about the shootouts and all that.
Yeah.
Murders and all kinds of...
They exaggerate that stuff. That Murder Mountain was stupid. It was highly... And Virgin River is another one they're doing that they're claiming is in Humboldt County. That's boring. But they kind of make some of those scenes where you're going out in the middle of nowhere and these lawless pot growers are armed and dangerous.
You know, I gotta tell you, Dee, I am so sick of people embellishing a story, or, you know, they put up a thumbnail like that's what you're going to see in the video, and they never once show that. It had nothing to do with it. To me, that's the same thing as false advertisement. I can't stand that. If I find out somebody's fibbing, making shit up, especially for content or something like that, that's the last time I'll be there.
Good night, NC Debs. Sweet dreams.
I might talk about it, but it'll be the last time I'll be there.
Right. Your ears will be ringing for a while.
Don't they call that clickbait or something like that?
Yep. That's what it is, Bonnie. How's Mama doing? Still waiting or what?
Still waiting.
No word at all?
It takes forever.
Who took her to the ER? Did the rehab decide to transfer her, or did you guys?
The rehab decided to transfer her when I demanded that they go in there and tell her to call me, and she couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
And the nurse that I talked to, this was her first time with my mother.
Uh-huh.
And so she must have recognized something immediately. And so they're going to get the wrath of my daughter that is kind of like you.
I guess I have a reputation.
A little
I'm not
bit.
sure. Is it that I'm a sweet little gingerbread girl? Is that it?
No.
No nonsense. You get shit done.
Thank you, darling. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah,
Because,
she don't hold back when it comes to family.
I mean, I have a filter, you guys. I just choose not to use it often.
What is that?
Yeah, you don't know, do you?
I don't think of them. That's something that's not in me. It's
Well,
I figured something out in life. You know, if there's some type of a conflict going on, it is best to address it as fast as you can. I mean, you let that shit fester and boil and float around, that it gets worse. So, like, the minute anytime I've ever heard, you know, such and such is going to kick my ass, this has literally happened to me. I walked into a town and had like 4 people go, "Hey, man, such and such is going to kick your ass." Oh, really? All right, cool. You know, hey, Carl, you know, such and such is after you, man. You better watch out. Oh, wow, cool. No. All right. And then I see that son of a bitch. And he's like, "Carl, what's up, bro?" "No, man, I just heard you wanted to kick my ass." That's the best way to do that.
Excuse me, we've got breaking news here. Texas, congratulations. Your Astros won the World Series.
Oh, wow.
Yay.
The Astros. Hell yeah, any Texas team. I like you. Could have been the Rangers and I would have been happy, okay? But the Astros are cool.
You know what, Benji? If you think about it, we are nothing but really elaborate coffee filters.
Excuse me.
I forgot who they played.
How is that?
Who'd they play, D? I forgot.
I can't remember. Last time I knew it was the Padres and LA was against each other, and I heard Dodgers lost. So was it the Padres? I don't know, Vicky. I'm not right.
Is there a Pirates?
Yeah,
I thought
that's
I
Josh's team. Pittsburgh, unless he doesn't like them.
Yeah, I don't let shit stew at all. I'm kind of like, I react like stubbing a toe to everything. So
No.
Phillies. They beat the Phillies.
there's no sense.
Phillies? No.
Yeah, there's no sense of letting stuff boil up or sit.
But some people are just built differently, and like my husband, it took a long time to realize, and my mother, they're what you call passive aggressive. So they do let things build up because they don't want to deal with a confrontation.
Mm-hmm.
And for both of them, I'm sure it's just past trauma and stuff. And 2, they don't want to deal with me. Confrontation until like they're both better at it now, but back when we were all more dysfunctional, it would take them being angry. And then it took my husband a while to figure out, you know what, let's just go Southside Chicago style when we're getting too serious and just tell each other, shut the fuck up.
Yep.
You know, and that pretty much breaks the ice like that. And we don't, you know, and sometimes that's just how it has to be. And but sometimes we're more careful. It just depends what's necessary in the moment. But he has to be pretty angry in the past to really tell me something that was bothering him, or wait till I'm bitching at him about something he's doing, and then all of a sudden I've got to listen to a fucking list. Well, you didn't have no problem 5 minutes ago until I start telling you I got one little problem. Now all of a sudden there's 10 things. So, but that's how I think people are different. Like
that's exactly how Chuck and I are.
Well, it usually is that way, isn't it? It's got to be two personalities that way. Would be hard.
I was up till 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning talking to my son the other day. He's having issues about a lot of shit that he just let build up. And I told him, I said, you can't, everybody's not going to like you. Everybody's not going to agree with you. And I said, the main thing you got to look at is you need to quit giving a fuck about what anybody thinks or anybody says. People's opinion of you is none of your business. They're going to have it either way. I said, you got to learn to stay fucking. You got to learn not to let shit sit on you. If you can't do something today or tomorrow or even in the next week, don't let it sit on you. You got to let shit not bother you. I said, everybody's special and nobody's special. I said, right. You should be special to you.
That's right.
And he's all like, because he wanted to talk, because he's having issues with all this stuff.
That was beautiful, man.
And he,
you know what?
Two women leave him. The first one left him while he was on a barge. She wiped his account out, burned all of his shit, and called him.
Your older son. This is your much older son, huh?
Yeah,
he's your oldest.
28.
No, 29.
29.
We didn't see a picture of him, did we? You got 3 young boys too, and an older boy.
I have a daughter that's 35, a son that's 31, a son that's 29, and a son that's 16.
Okay, because I just seen your 3 youngest boys, I think, in the picture. This wasn't one of them.
Yeah, the one with Chuck and the boys. Yeah, that's all my boys there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all our kids. We got the only ones we got kids with is each other that I know. I'm aware of. I know she doesn't have any. The horse Chuck was in the 80s. But.
You never know when you're gonna get that phone call, guys. Is this really?
That's all I can say.
Yeah.
But I did a lot of good, I guess, with talking to him. And he said he wants to talk to others. He's having issues because his first one left him. They got a kid. He's working his ass off. She does all this. She tells him that. She goes, I wiped your account out. Oh, and say hi to your buddy. And she's in there fucking his buddy and calls him on the phone.
Mm-mm.
How awful.
The last one left him while he was asleep.
Another dude.
For another guy. She was pregnant and he had to go offshore, back on the barge to work. He was just fixing to walk out the door, and she played up like she was going into labor, and she was sick and crying. And
then hit his key card. That's the only way he can get back on.
So he called in late. When he got called in late, he got taken off the roll. Basically, he got blackballed over because he called in too late. And then she ended up leaving him for somebody else because he couldn't get a job making the kind of money that he was making before. And then she went to all these people, all the friends he grew up, and all of them believed that he was abusive and a pervert. And this kid didn't like her wearing a bikini around people. That's how reserved he was. Mm-hmm. And she would sit out there and tell me and Vicky that she likes her hair pulled and she likes to be smacked around and she likes
to be choked. I'm like,
yeah.
I caught her multiple
times. Shades of gray bullshit that these kids. I wouldn't even watch that shit garbage. But that's where that shit came from.
I caught her multiple times. I'd be going into the kitchen in the middle of the night to get something to drink, and she'd be walking the house naked, living with us.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm pretty sure we did know the same people growing up.
And they get so high that she couldn't watch her kid. I come home, my grandson on his freaking head, and as soon as that killed, he'd have another one. I'm like, I told her one day, I said, look, I said, if you can't control your getting high around my grandson, You will never see him again.
Getting high is one thing. Being so fucking high you can't react to it or don't want to.
Exactly.
What was she high on?
Smoke, weed.
But she smoked as much as she had while she had it. If she had any, she's always smoking.
Shit.
Chuck, anything where you lose control of your faculties, man. You know, you don't want to go out in public if you're not in control of yourself. That's the thing I never understood.
What? So speak for yourself.
Deanna.
I am.
I do want to go in public quite inebriated these days. Thank you very much.
Okay, then you sound like a lot of work because then I'd have to
I
protect.
am a lot of work.
And that-
You know it too.
And that always ends up, I end up being the one to talk to the cops and all that crap.
High maintenance.
I don't want to babysit D at a concert.
People find stuff I say is offensive, and I'm like, if they found offensive the shit I say, are they fucking bleeding? If they're not, I don't give a shit. You're fucking.
Did I make you bleed with my words?
Yeah.
Good.
Are you gonna die?
I want to do that again sometime.
Well,
I feel mean tonight. Camo is on a mean streak.
You
I
know
am
that
not.
is the Bible. That words.
If I was
can-
going to get inebriated, I like to go out in the middle of nowhere, the woods, middle of the night, you know, cliffs, hills,
No, when you're on acid.
something.
That's for the spirit world.
Amen.
Bonnie, what were you going to say, honey?
I said, well, there is a thing in the Bible about that, the words. But I don't care what anybody says about me. It's like, who are you? Okay. I can just brush it off. But if it's family or close friends,
Yeah.
then we have a problem.
Yep. They ain't
What I
there
wanted to
defend
say.
themselves.
Sorry, Vicky, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying they aren't there to defend themselves. So somebody's got to.
Right. I wanted to say about that too with your son. Be sure to let him know that, you know, all the marketing and every show and the entire world, you know, just the minute they walk out their door, I'm sure you've made them aware about all that. But the whole world is really designed to program us to think that certain way, right? To think that we should care so much what other people think. And so that's something that good for you for telling him that. But he also, you know, hopefully they're aware that that's the whole world, buddy. You know, you got to make that conscious choice every day to not give a fuck what anyone thinks, except for your people. You obviously want your son to care what mom and dad and the people that matter in his life. That's all that matters is our people that we trust.
I can't even say it that way, D. I can't say that I don't give a crap what people think because I actually do until I realize what they think. Then it's easy for me to go, oh, I don't care what they think about that. You know, but overall, I do care what people think of me. I just, once I know that they're thinking wrong about me, then it's when I can be like, you know, whatever.
Well, that's when you get to know somebody better if we were all this is the first time we all were on a stream, right? You've got your first impression things, and then you've got, well, I know that person and they would never do that, or like that comes in time, but it's just different for those, right? You know, there's different situations for how much you should care what someone thinks. But overall, I really, really only care what my God, my husband, my kids, my mother, and my friends that I've chosen, because you're not my blood family. I'm stuck with those people. But I choose to spend my time with you guys. And so I actually do care what people here on this panel think, and some people in the chat think. Everybody? No. I honestly, a stranger?
It's kind of like that thing where I've always said, you know, you hear that the customer is always right. I've had to deal with customers myself for many years, right? And I'll agree with that. But I add one little thing to it. The customer is always right until they piss me off.
Yeah.
They're not right no more. So there's there's a couple levels.
Well, when I say I don't give a fuck what people think, I'm meaning basically, oh, you don't like me because I'm a harsh asshole and straight up. Okay, that's your problem. It's not mine, so I don't care. But if you don't like me because somebody said that I stole Dee's one hitter and I'm a fucking thief, I want to know about it. I want to get the shit straight and let everybody know.
Me too.
You motherfucker, you stole Dee's one hitter? That you son of
have a lot of
a
problems if he did
How
that.
low can a guy get?
I think that's the one I was using the other night, damn it.
David
That's
M says,
my old dugout.
I got me a new one. I like it. David N says, I'm a dick. Don't mean to be at times, but I'm an honest guy. Yeah, and I don't always like everything you say, and I'm a bitch, and I know that I mean to be it sometimes. I know that, and I don't care.
I'm a dick too, a big one. That's why they love me
I
so
don't
much.
care. I honestly do not care. I could be dead tomorrow. That's how I look at shit. If you all thought I could be dead tomorrow, what the hell are you worrying about certain people thinking shit about you for? I could be literally dead tomorrow. I honestly don't give a shit what most people in here, if I don't, any strangers, most people
Yeah,
here.
okay. All right, just so I can intervene.
No.
If you died tomorrow, I'm going to be really bummed out for a long time, Dee. So don't you go dying tomorrow.
No, don't do it.
I'm not
as a horse.
Not planning it. But I'm just saying that's how I've thought for a long time. And I love most of these people in this chat and what they they're here to be with us. So obviously we care about them. I'm saying
it's called caring for, humankind.
Kids need to be told that the world is trying to program you to care too much about what other people think.
Yep.
That's the point.
You can't care enough to kill yourself.
No, they'll do that to people. They'll make these kids feel so hopeless and helpless if they are not aware of how they are being dragged down. They will make them feel so depressed and suicidal. It's disgusting. Really, it gets me really upset if I think about it too much.
The hardest thing for my son to understand when I was talking to him the other day was, you know what? I said, the main thing to look at, he goes, I may despise shit people do, but I love everybody. I said, that's a humanitarian thing. You got to be that way. You don't have to like them. I can love you from way the fuck over here. It doesn't mean I like you, but I love you.
And that's the Holy Spirit. That's the Holy Spirit. That people can't have that without the Holy Spirit, really, because people are innately selfish. To think that's not human nature, Chuck. I'm sorry, your boy's special. It's either got a super golden heart or it's the Holy Spirit, because human nature is fleshly selfish, right, Bonnie?
I'm the one to tell you I love you to death, but you're a fuck up.
A lot of people, yes. It's
And I have literally said, I love you, but I want nothing to do with you.
Oh, I have
I feel that.
I told my kids one day at a holiday, I told all my kids, I said, I got to love you. I don't have to like you.
When the Lord said to pray for your enemy, leave your gift on the altar. Don't you even bother coming up here and asking me nothing. If you got a grudge against somebody, there's a lot of people I don't like a lot, really don't like them at all. But I pray. The only thing I can pray for them is that their name is in the book of life and won't be blotted out, because I know that's what God wants me to pray for them, even though there's a part of me that wishes they'll burn in hell sometimes. But if I really get down to it, I don't want anyone to burn in hell. That's just a temporary feeling because I'm fleshed out. I'm obviously, if you want someone to burn in hell, you don't know what it feels like to truly be in the Holy Spirit, because that's not of God. You shouldn't want.
You know what I learned about myself, Dee?
What?
All right. When I did eBay for a long time, like 25 years of eBaying, and I learned never to leave feedback until I burned one. Had my coffee. It's a whole different realm. If I was to wake up in the morning and tell somebody what I really think, it ain't going to be so sweet. And I learned that about myself. It's like,
I'd like to stream that, though. There's a part of me that would like to catch that on stream.
Well,
Sounds like
yeah, I know.
My whole theory of all of it too. When somebody burns a bridge, I make sure there ain't no traces of that fucking bridge left.
yeah, right on. I mean,
Oh,
there's
and Chuck, I can swim like a mother.
See, and that's where I'm like, okay, wait. Because God gives us grace. And so unless somebody absolutely hurts me bad or someone I love, but like here on the internet, somebody's out there to attack all these channels. We know that. It's been obvious for 2 or 3 years now. And so I don't let it get to me, though. It's like, that's
It's
them.
silly. It's kind of silly.
And
I love those channels.
But it
I love
doesn't.
those channels. I'm sorry. I like the truth, right?
And just so you, let me say this about David N. David N. I actually like you, and I seen you recently increase my appreciation for you. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say about that.
So, Bonnie, what were you going to say before I interrupted you? And then Camo interrupted you.
I'm getting used to it. No, it's just, it's like, okay, I'll throw a name out there. Sorry.
No, don't do it.
Okay.
Don't do
Yeah,
it.
don't do that. Just you say it anonymously, because that bugs them.
But anyway,
there's a person that has really been shunned by a lot of people. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So this person came to my channel, and so I'm like, okay, let's see how it goes. Give him a chance.
Yes.
So I gave him a chance. They were being respectful, didn't say anything wrong or hurtful to anyone on panel or anyone in chat. And so I'm okay with that. A lot of people probably weren't if they watched the channel. And so then what's going to happen next? It's going to be a hit piece on someone else's channel because
because there was nothing said that was controversial. Like you said, respectful.
Okay, but D.
Yes.
He has said respectful before. And so because of that, it would be a hit piece because I allowed this person on my channel, which that is my business.
Yeah.
This is my living room. Well, now we're in Chuck's, but when it's my living room, if I allow this person in,
yeah,
I would rather know, is this person enemy or foe? Did I trust this person with my life? I may not trust this person with my life, but am I going to be just rude and hateful to this person because of a comment that they made? No, it's not.
Right.
It is America, after all, is kind of what you're saying.
Yes. And so we kind of have to, we all keep talking about community.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm seeing is there is no way this whole community could live together. It would be a whoa every day.
All we would need is a ring and some boxing gloves, and everything would be all right.
Good one, Camo.
Maybe, but I'm just saying that's the problem, is the way we have been raised. What is everyone complaining about? The programming, the putting everybody into cliques, the social status of each person, the whatever. If we all look at each other exactly the same and start all over again, imagine what would happen with an open heart and an open mind. Forget all the BS, forget all that, but just think of them as actual human beings and then go from there. Am I making any sense?
You're making sense, and I want to tell you something. I'll show you guys Monday that we did that in Humboldt County, and we kicked serious ass on a meeting, and it was good stuff. So I'm going to share that because all of us freedom fighters have been like this for the last year. We all got together in the beginning, and then everybody kind of fell away. And I've always just been doing different things, right? The convoy and city council board, all those things, right? And now we just all came together for the first time. And there's 7 of us that have media channels now. And we ripped it to them. And it was an amazing result. And it's going to be a really great inspiration to tell people, look what you can do. We are stronger together. That being said, there are some people on YouTube that I'll have nothing to do with, and I reserve that right 100%.
Well, it's funny you guys are talking about this because today, in fact, is when it started. Suddenly today, my feed had videos from a year ago and older. And some of those panels had you very people on them a year ago or longer in multiple locations. And now that I watched one that was a year old, there's a bunch popping up. And you get to see that a lot of the people that were here in the beginning are no longer here. And some of them I don't miss at all. Some of them I wonder what happened. A lot of us are still here.
Yeah. And there's some that I miss, but it's just like life. You have people passing in and out of your life all through it. And it's that person has left something with you, whether it's a lesson of good or bad, it was still a lesson. Mm-hmm. And we need those.
Yeah.
Yeah, Victor, she hangs out at a different bar. That put it nicely.
Yeah, I mean, and I always appreciated that about Bonnie. Oh my gosh, get out of here. Bonnie's room has been a welcoming room, and there was a time or two when I maybe didn't feel very welcome in other people's rooms. And I found that comfort in Bonnie's room, and that's what's great about her room. It is her, and Chuck's does the same thing. Chuck says even a more welcoming room for me because I can say the F-bomb and I don't have to look at that ticker and go, oh, I should have.
No, only says GD. We do not.
Right here is where I got to say something. All right, because before I forget this, is here's the thing: is you got people that are separating and dividing in the group, and which is fine, unless they're doing so because they've been fed false information. All right. If there's like a rumor going around about somebody and they get blackballed and everybody was wrong, well, that shouldn't be, for legitimate reasons. I can understand that type of behavior, but I'm more worried about suppressing that happened.
Again.
I'm gonna let Carl talk. I was adding.
But then when he's
fuck him
all the way.
Sorry, Carl.
Sorry.
I was adding to yours, Carl. I wasn't making fun of you.
We're adding.
No, I didn't even hear you until it stopped.
Oh, you want to hear it again? Here, be quiet. Yeah, I don't know why it's not taking on. Normally, he's over everybody.
fuck him
Fuck it.
Fuck 'em.
Oh, man told me that years ago.
That and always do this.
Do more, Jerry Lee said.
All I was trying to say is if somebody creates a rumor about somebody and they keep it in the dark, people could be persecuted for things they aren't even guilty of.
Yes.
Like my old man used to say, he used to say, opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one and they all smell.
Yeah. I'm not going to find out, though.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we've been doing. And people have settled in their little room. We're obviously, I don't think we're a clique or a group because we're the clique and group that accepts everybody. But of course, we kind of all hang out, right? And then there's these other rooms and they hang out. And some are more inclusive than others. Some are not so welcoming. Some are actually hostile to.
That's new to me, though. Because I felt like I was welcomed all over the place for years.
Well, aren't you? Are you finding yourself not be welcome here and there?
I've felt a little less welcome in some places. I have.
And a lot of it ain't blatant. It's just you feel that way, right?
Yeah, it makes you wonder.
That's me with a lot of places. And a lot of them I've found it's come to head too. So.
And so I'm a people
That's
watcher.
what I meant about these rumors that might be spreading. For all I know, everybody's out there spreading shit about me. Well, bring it up to me. I'll tell you whether it's true or not. Instead of wondering.
Carl's itching for a fight, okay? In case you didn't know, he's itching for a fight tonight. I can tell.
But what I have noticed in watching these people for the past 2 years, and that's what I always do. I always just sit real quiet and just watch everything that's going on to find out what the situation is or to get to know that person or whatever. And for whatever reason, I have seen that, and I don't mean this in a selfish way or anything like that, but I have noticed that if people come on my panel, they can be treated differently in other places. And,
yes.
And I'm not saying it's that because I have a big head or anything, and I don't know what exactly could be the reason, because I honestly have not said or done anything mean or hurtful towards.
I'm sure it's me, Bonnie. I'm sure it's me.
And
I know it's me.
It's not you, dang it. Would you help me? And but it makes me feel bad to see anybody of my friends be treated that way because of me. And I really, 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 if someone has a problem with me, tell me what it is and I'll deal with it. But until then, it's like, what is going on here? We keep saying we're the misfits here. And why is that? Why does there have to be the misfits? What has put us in that spot?
Well, because it's because of people like that 1911 Zoom guy. He never goes up on panels no more or nothing.
Zoom, nobody's spreading anything about you. Hi, Zoom. And me and Dee, we are like, we want the strong men around us, the ones who are really strong and have all these good ideas and know the survival skills. We want to learn them, or we want to at least attempt to, because if it gets down to it, I'm probably not going to make it, and I'm okay with that. But and then the women, their skills. And what we were talking about last night, doing, just showing some stuff. When I was talking about the plarn, I'm going to do that. On one of the shows, I'll sit there and I'll be doing the plarn. But it's just, what I want to see how we are going to rebuild after all this crap. Because it's got to be rebuilt, and it's going to take years. Y'all have all said it. You've said you see at least 5 years to build back up the way we should be. But it needs to be in a completely different way. And I think that's why we have to completely crash and hit bottom. It's just like when you're born again. You hit rock bottom and there's nothing left, and you're like, all right, just take me home. And sometimes he's not ready to take you home, and here you are. And to me, that's born again. You have just given your life to God, whether you know it or not, and things start happening. And I do believe that there is a lot of evil attacking everybody right now in a lot of ways. And it could be in all kinds of forms, all kinds. I'll shut up.
No, go ahead.
No, keep going. You're doing good. You're speaking truth.
I'm just talking to the cat. He come up here wanting me to hold him like a baby.
Well, it's just, it's just in the name of love. And Chuck, you said it. You can love them, but you can put them at a distance. And Bible tells us we have to love all. Well, okay. Yes, certain people make it really hard. It's really hard to love a potato and others, but at the same time, if we pray for them, you never know what could happen. I know miracles can happen.
Zoom, to answer your question, I've never heard anybody trash talk you at all. I was just poking at you. What's the hashtag 2080 outdoors?
That's his other channel or his other name.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, all right. Right on. Yeah, he does. He has content? Because I didn't know that.
He gets on and argues with himself sometimes. Yeah, Bonnie, when life gives you potatoes, make hashbrowns.
I was on his other channel before, but he's got a new one, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know if the content's on both, but I've seen him pop both of them up, and he'll talk bad to each other himself. Kind of one of them myself and Irene things.
I'm my worst critic, so I can relate.
Tennessee Ridge Runner, I love that song, and I've played it a few times. That's one that I can get away with playing. I even found one of Earth to God by John Rich that I can play. That's a really good one, too.
Yeah, it is. I like that song, too.
Have you ever heard of a band called Budgie?
Yes.
See, now there's something weird about that band. That's an old band from the 60s, and I mean they were like one of the first heavy metal bands there was. But they came from the UK. But and they don't even know why, for some reason, Texans knew that band really well. That's an obscure band, but somehow I knew you'd have heard of them.
Have you ever heard of the band The Cure?
Hey, Lauren. Yeah, I can't remember some of the songs. When you said it, I thought you meant that earlier, but I couldn't understand what you add on the end of that, what you meant.
It popped up on my feed, and so I started listening to it, and I was like, okay, this guy looks really creepy, And so I thought, well, that doesn't matter. He may have good music, but it wasn't.
Did they do Radioactive or something?
No, I don't know about that one, but they used to compare that singer to Geddy Lee from Rush. It's a 3-piece band, or it was. They've had a lot of member changes over the years, but then there's nobody that you would recognize to be in another well-known band in there either. But they had UK hits. And they were well-known in Texas. I don't know what that's about. There's a song that's probably the most well-known called Bread Fan.
What?
Oh, good night, Kiss Off.
Good night, Kiss Off.
Good night,
All right,
Kiss Off.
Kiss Off.
Love you, honey.
I so wish I could beat Tennessee Ridge Runner.
Wish you could what?
Meet Tennessee Ridge Runner. There's a lot of people I would like to meet, but he's so, he's funny. But then he said he's sitting there listening to that song. His eyes are leaking a little. I didn't tell everybody, and he just seems real. I like real people. Y'all are real. Y'all know I wouldn't be up here with you if I didn't think you were real. But Kiss Off.
Well, this
Anna.
place was. Do you remember what it says when you go to make a comment in a chat when you first signed in? Do you remember what it says? Please remember to keep keep yourself anonymous to protect yourself.
Yes.
When I first started this, I understood that there were people that were never going to want to give you information about who they really are. And to me, it gives people an opportunity to play a part in some cases. I'm not saying everybody. I'm just saying that in some of these people, it's an opportunity to put on a wig and act like a freak on a panel, all right? Or wear a dress, or, do something totally weird, all right? Others have been in this community that there's something going on because they don't give you any details about their lives. They have a more of a negative input to everything, and that's why I said a year ago, some of those panels I was looking back at, I was noticing some of the people that are no longer there were the negative Nellies of the bunch. If you go out and open your car hood, Bonnie, and you try to take a positive terminal and touch the negative terminal, you're going to see those two don't mix very well. Yeah, there has to be something in between there. And eventually that's going to work itself out. It might get ugly, might get nasty, but negative people do not mix with positive people. That's just a fact.
Yes, that's true. I know. And I try to talk them into being positive, and it doesn't always work. And I understand that. But I don't give up trying.
Well, in some cases it might be okay for a while, but it can also wear on them.
Yes, and it does. It does. It's a... Yes. And so then, it takes a lot for me to cut all ties with a person. A whole lot. But once I do, I do. You can ask the ex-husbands.
It depends. It depends on the offense.
Yeah, that's true too.
I just I've learned not to keep any hate in my heart for people in my past. You know,
Yeah, it's too much energy spent in a bad direction.
Yeah,
That
it's useless.
in a long time and it all comes back.
It's about as useless as getting mad over something.
Then you run them over with a car without hating them.
Well, you guys know there's a different level of that whole thing when you're dealing with people on a professional level, and they were your employee and they ended up stealing from you, or they were your land or rent tenant and they ended up screwing you over. I mean, you've got situations. People out here in Humboldt County, you're dealing with a very remote group of people. You know, that professionalism isn't really the name of the game out here. You know what I mean? And so I'm not dealing with people that are liars and thieves. Ever. Never. Once someone's shown themselves to be a liar and a thief, I am done with them in my life. 100%. No.
Yeah,
no
I've had to cut those ties many
regrets.
times.
Bye, motherfucker. May Jesus deal with you good. But, and I mean a severe lie, like, you know, like people tell little white lies and stuff. But I mean, I don't like to lie. I don't lie. I really don't. But stupid shit, people gossiping, and in a professional sense, there's a time when my husband is so different with business and personal life. With our neighbors, it's peace at all costs. In the professional realm, you screw us over, it's your fucking keys. My husband don't dick around. Somebody treats our employees like shit, they treat us like shit. Bye. Go find a better cleaning company that's not going to bend over backwards and try to please you, because we've done everything we can. Even, we do that stuff. We'll give money back. We'll go back but some people are just impossible. And you're like, well, okay.
I've encountered some weird things about liars in life. You know, I've encountered these people that, all right, like if I'm standing in the room with them and they're on the telephone, somebody calls and they tell that person to tell me something while they're on the phone and I'm in the room next to them. I can hear the person say, well, the color of it's blue. Well, the person I'm talking about who's actually on the phone will go, hey, Carl, the color's brown. And I'm not even making this up. Like, they will lie for no reason at all. And I've encountered this in a couple of people that there's something going on there that I will never understand.
Here's one for you, D.
Starday.
Y'all remember that song?
Yeah. SADE. I don't know. Oh, okay, yeah. I thought it was a different artist doing it though.
Telling more lies to cover up that lie. What's the sense of that? Just tell the damn truth and get it over with.
What's bad about me is I don't give enough about somebody's feelings to have to lie about it.
I've had lies really disrupt my life, right? I've had people screw with me pretty hard, and I just can't tolerate that in my life. If I suspect somebody's a liar like that, you might not think they can do much damage, but given the opportunity, they can.
Exactly.
You've been on some of our conversations, Carl. You know what a lot of the shit's going, so.
Well, I've been kind of naive throughout my lifetime, Chuck. I got this stupid trait to where I think people are generally good people. So that's the first thing that I go on. I'm not even looking for red flags or nothing. In my old age, I'm getting a little more like that. But when I was young, I walk right into a situation, not even know how I got there.
Yeah. And I always had this damn sixth sense about people and bullshit and shit coming. And had a bunch of friends of mine that I used to run with before I got married. And I could always tell some stupid shit was going down, and people would see me load up, pick my shit up. Like we'd be out camping or out in the middle of a pasture having a bonfire. People see me all of a sudden abruptly pick my cooler up and put it in the trunk. They're like, "What's going on?" I said, "I don't know, something just weird. I got a weird feeling. I don't like the way shit's going. I'm gone."
Oh yeah, that following my gut like that saved me. But I mean, there's been other times where I just let it slide, man, and paid the price.
Right. But you know what? If it comes down to it, I think y'all all know what I mean. I would rather go down fighting like crazy than I'm not going to be the
doorknob.
Yes, I'm not going to be the mat. I'm not going to be the open arms to just any and everybody. I would rather go down fighting for what I believe in, and that is God.
Amen, Bonnie, Miss Bonnie. That would seem almost natural to me.
Yes. Don't want to go in some hospital bed or nursing home somewhere. We got a country to get back and rebuild. The sooner the better.
We got to stick around to tell people, Bonnie, how far we had to walk to get to that internet.
Yeah.
Forever.
What did freedom smell like?
Shoo.
We only thought we knew. Another one we were fooled about.
What does the color blue taste like?
But you know what? If you look at it, compared to all the other countries, third world countries, we have been a whole lot more free.
Yeah.
In what we can
and
do.
I was just gonna say something about that because I know we've never known true freedom. All right, we've all heard that and established that much is real. There's always a rule. There's always somebody in control. So we've never seen it. But
we were actually free.
Hell,
in our lifetime, though, wait a minute. In our lifetime now, I can remember a whole lot of freedoms that no longer exist. All right, and I just heard something today. The no knocks warrants. You realize that this is far back Nixon. You know, they were pushing the war on drugs and all this stuff, and we lost so many rights by being drowned in legislation, laws and rules. And it's not like you can blame the cop because it's the authorities that gave him the authority to go into a house without knocking. All right. Back in the day, you open the door without knocking, you get shot. So now they can shoot a guy trying to defend his house. And this is where it gets all screwy. They've done this steadily since I was a child. I've watched it where, you know, when I was a kid, I walked a lot. I walked across many states in this country. All right. I walked from town to town a lot. I did things like that very often. And very few times did I get screwed with that. There's a couple times. But nowadays, if you go to walk a couple blocks, the first cop that sees you just might stop you just to question what you're doing. You know, there's more. They're out there trying to catch people more than they ever did when we were young. Not to mention all the, you know, like smoking in the bars and all the other freedoms that we lost. But freedom has been disintegrating our whole life.
Yeah, I remember I was taking a civics class and stuff in high school, in junior high, when we talk about, like, say, the First Amendment and all that. And I remember them giving pop quizzes that were verbal and want us to, in our opinion, what do you think of this? And I remember getting told that I got a bad grade in it. How can you get a bad grade in something like that on your opinion?
Right.
It's bullshit. That's how. Bunch of
They
bullshit.
just told you thought wrong.
Yeah, that's
And
so-
that's what I brought up. I said, how can I fail on my opinion of my First Amendment rights?
And Tennessee Ridge Runner, that was beautiful. I took a snapshot of it because I wanted to save it.
Ridge Runner caps don't bother me, bro. Everybody
This would
writes.
be the last place in the world where somebody's going to get on you about using all
Don't
caps.
even get me started. Don't even get me started.
Did y'all
I'm
read what?
my mouth right now, biting my fucking tongue.
Did y'all read
In
what?
this corner, wearing white from the city of the big shoulders, a #1 contender in a 10-round exhibition for your entertainment. So when the bell sounds, prepare yourself for the main event.
Could we
Did
be
you
any more
jump?
petty? I'm sorry. Could we be any more petty?
Did
Okay,
y'all read what he wrote? Can I read it?
Go ahead.
Silent wind, haunted night. God, I am waiting for this fight. Gentle souls we will protect. Evil doers we will wreck. Hand of God at my back. There is not stopping our holy attack.
Ooh. Did you write that? Tennessee?
Tennessee
Yeah.
Ridge Runner.
Oh. I thought it was the other comment he made that was really cool about what he wants with America and just to see America.
No, Ridge Runner, I didn't call you a girl.
Nobody would call you a girl.
You sure do have a pretty mouth for a man.
We like pay, boy.
Gonna go for a ride in my truck? I'll buy you dinner.
Oh, worst really ever. You can't unsee that shit.
You know the difference between a good buddy and a rascal?
Don't want to know.
Nope.
A good buddy will go to town and get a BJ and bring them back for everybody. A rascal is a good buddy with chapped lips.
Ooh, bad joke.
His dad told me that.
My old man told me that's a truck driver joke.
Woo! They do have the most.
I'm pretty sure Chuck doesn't have a single good joke in his repertoire.
I got a lot of them. Ain't none of them clean either.
That's what I meant. Clean.
Rich Runner just wrote that after listening to us.
Oh,
That's pretty amazing.
that's cool.
Y'all know what time bedtime was at Michael Jackson's house? When the big hand touches the little hand.
Oh, Chuck.
That's
You know,
terrible.
when he had a date, you can tell he had a date because there's a big wheel in the driveway.
No, those are.
Oh, you're bad. That shit's
Those
just
are
wrong in this day and age.
Okay,
Those
not
aren't
the children.
funny.
I used to have a ton of Michael Jackson jokes. I don't think he's pedophile.
I don't know about him. I don't know.
Actually, I got one question about it. All right, because this, you guys, I'm not new to this. This stuff in the last 7 years, this was not where, all right. Anyways, they persecuted that man before he died. Why didn't they find all kinds of evidence when he died?
Yep.
I thought they did.
They had started this shit with abuse he had from his dad and his brothers.
I didn't see anything that incriminated him for sure, even after his death. That's all I can say.
He would
And
just
we
pay
know
people
how
off to drop the subject.
No, of all the talk, never did any actual pictures or hear anything.
I did see
Right?
a picture, but that it was inside of his house, who knows? But it was a secret room with.
I would have one of those, but I'm not going to be weird about it. I just want to have one of those rooms.
I don't want to hear about your secret room right now, Carl. We'll hear about that later on a private backstage talk, okay?
I'm just saying. I wondered because I expected when he did die that there was going to be a disclosure, and it never came. Not that I saw the way they might have. He might have been a hit list guy, where they don't agree with.
I don't think Elvis died either. I think Elvis and MJ did the same shit. They both just disappeared because Elvis was a shit over the bullshit he was going through with that manager he had, selling him out all that years that he made all that music, and he didn't have a pot to piss in really.
And I can't even believe I'm defending Michael Jackson because I never even liked it when it came out.
Well, and his doctors killed him, or doctor, whoever that was treating him.
I was not a fan. I just saw something didn't make sense.
That's why I think he ain't dead, or he might be now, but he didn't die when they said he did. I think he just disappeared, and I think Elvis did.
So Elvis died in '77, right?
Yep.
Remember.
First time I heard he was still alive was literally around 1981. Somebody said that he was living on an island in Lake Michigan, which could mean Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan,
Canada.
My daughter's fighting with my dog. Sorry.
But that rumor started that long ago. That's a long, long time running rumor.
Has anybody ever been said to be dead and then they found out later they weren't actually dead with Hollywood?
Yeah, he did virus protection on everybody's computers through the 90s.
Yeah.
McAfee?
Yeah.
Yeah. He faked his death more than once.
Elvis Presley in that nursing home. And then
What's that?
That movie, it was a B-rated movie, but it was funny.
Elvis in a nursing home.
Oh shoot. I don't know. What was the name of it?
I don't remember, but it was a comedy. No.
He's alive.
I've heard those things.
Yes, I've heard a lot of people really truly believe that he's that Pastor Bob.
The singer? Or and he sings.
Yep.
Didn't they do a voice thing and just discovered it was him or some crap like that?
Last dirty shit Tom Parker did to him was sold him out where he owed the mob.
There's so many things like that. Who do they say Alex Jones was? Bill somebody from the 80s. They say that he was an entirely different dude.
Who?
Alex Jones, I know he was like a reporter or something.
There's a guy that died. His name was Bill, and he died a long time ago. He looks just like him. I mean, it does look like him.
Bill Cooper?
No, I know who he is too. It might be Cooper. Wait, there's a couple of them, so I'd have to look that up for the last name to be sure.
Looks like Bill Cooper, but Cooper was older then than he is now.
Was Bill Cooper a Texan?
I don't remember.
Because I think the one I'm thinking of was. But, they say Isaac Cappy's not dead. They say,
Right.
in reality, I saw Epstein's corpse on that gurney, and it did not look like him. I mean, you just don't really know for sure. The way they play, they can make it look any way they want us to see it.
Unless when you die, your nose moves on your face and your ears get bigger and they slide around.
Oh, you saw that picture too?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see the one where Ashley Babbitt sat up in her gurney and was still alive as they took her outside?
I also saw videos of her when all that happened. When she fell back, when they were trying to help her, when they were popping blood capsules in her mouth, when they were pushing buttons.
Did you see Anne Heche flip up and fight off the paramedics like they were abducting her?
Yeah, when she sat up and they slammed her back.
Has anybody here seen the handcuffs behind Pelosi's back yet? Has anybody got a picture they can share of
I ain't got the
Pelosi in cuffs?
handcuffs yet. I did some looking, but I seen where her hands were behind her back.
Not the handcuffs, but yes, the way she was being handled, she was cuffed.
To add realism, I still think they should have head checked her off that damn roof of that truck.
The realism was holding her head to get her into that car because her hands were tied.
Yeah, that was
like when they shoved Hillary into the blazer.
No, they
Well,
did
I'll
that.
tell you what, you guys. I'll tell you what. Will CBC did a show on that yesterday, and he put them side by side. Those shot of those two agents and the whole fuss about her behind, because he's always going after Phil.
Yeah.
I don't usually watch that because I can't stand that guy, but I like to see what he's saying. So I'm watching.
I've only heard of him. His reputation precedes him as being.
Yeah, I never watched it either. But I do like to watch Will because he's funny and he cracks me up. And every once in a while, if I got to make sure I'm not making the highlight reel, right? So anyway, I always poke in, see what's going on, and he was doing a really good stream on that about those pictures and those two agents, because Phil was saying they're the same, saying her hands were cuffed, and he was proving that her hands were not cuffed, and that white chick is definitely not the same, in my opinion, too. And he thought so. The black one, maybe.
I've only heard people say it in chats. I've never even seen the photo, so I appreciate it, and I kind of believe what you're saying. If he analyzed it and you agree with it, I believe.
Yep. He did a great breakdown of it. It was.
Yeah, those weren't Secret Service around, those were U.S. Marshals.
Right, but Phil, I guess, was trying to say they were the same ones, and Will definitely proved that the blonde is not. You could tell yourself if you see him in the still, but people don't take the
time. Has anybody Googled how many active U.S. Marshals there are in the United States? Because I'll bet you there's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, there's a phone call out too. Nancy asked and said, "Paul, you out at the bars?" He said, "No, I'm at home getting hammered."
Yeah.
Let's get ready to bumble.
Oh.
About the
no cuffs.
I mean, I've heard a lot of comments about that. What do you think about the one that she was trying to have him off?
That sounds like the more likely story to me. That's the one I believe the most. Seriously. Those two didn't have a loving relationship if he was banging. You know what? I don't know. Who knows? I don't want to say anything. No idea. Didn't look real, it sure didn't look good. Whatever was going on there did not look good, okay? That's all I know. I don't know.
Here's a clip for y'all that shows that people do as they're told.
Did you find that?
Do what, Carl?
Oh, I thought that I was mentioned one like that where they go into a lobby and every time the buzzer goes off, everybody stands up. End of the day, not a one of them knows why they were doing it.
No,
it's on YouTube. It's called A Social Experiment. I'd have to.
There's a bunch of them. Social experiments.
Well, the one I'm talking about, a guy goes into the lobby, sits down. There's a couple people in there. A buzzer goes off. Everybody stands up, so he stands up. They sit all back down. Another 15 minutes goes by or whatever. People may come or go. Buzzer goes off. Everybody stands up. And they don't even know why. Nobody asks why they're standing up when the buzzer goes off. And it's frightening to know that people are that.
It's frightening. Did you see the one where they were doing contracts? People were signing them and weren't reading the whole thing. They were giving their kids away.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God.
Oh my gosh. What were they, on a cruise and listening to a timeshare thing, or what the hell?
It was a couple years back, but I'm sure the video is still out there. But people were just signing this contract. They're like, at the end, they tore the contract up, of course, but they're letting know, y'all didn't read the whole thing, did you? And they're like, yeah, we did. And they're like, no, you didn't read that bottom line right there. There it was, right there. They gave the right of them taking their kids from them.
If it's multiple pages, most people read the top, breeze through the stuff, and then sign it. They're thinking that everybody's out to everybody's best interest, and they're not.
I shared it forever on Facebook because I was letting these people know that shit can be out here. Y'all just don't know it.
Oh my gosh.
Well, it's the
Thanks, Ridge Runner. And now I know the rest of the story. That I would have guessed there would have been more than that, wouldn't you, Ridge Runner?
Yeah.
Well, that's about how many counties there are, and then some. If I remember correctly, there's Devil Dog in here. I know the affidavit Mama's mentioned. I thought, and Peggy Hall, somewhere between. Do you know?
No, that was my devil dog. Sorry.
Well, it's basically it's going to be
2 and 3,600 counties.
It'd be 2 marshals basically for each state.
Good night,
Maybe they
K-Nation.
that's not that many.
I mean, we only need one here, and he can bring some of his friends, and we'll be good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, look at the number of deputies.
Well, they just got to catch them at home, you know.
So there would be 8 deputies per state about, and 1 or 2 deputies per state. I don't know.
Well, what do you think? I'm pleasantly surprised to see at least it's in the thousands, honestly. You know?
You're right. Like 187,000 IRS agents armed with extra ammo.
No, there was only 87,000, not 187,000. But still,
I thought it was 187,000.
I don't think so. Maybe. We reported on it. I think it was under. Who knows? That's ridiculous too.
I think some of that stuff is like the fear porn. I think that they're putting out some of this information to instill fear in the masses. I think a lot of that is.
Yeah.
How much stuff has people worried about in the last 2 years that didn't happen?
Here's what you guys were talking about a minute ago. Said Aaron Carter said the FBI and his mother pressured him to make false claims that Michael Jackson sexually abused him so they could sue him for money. He said MJ was nothing but hospitable and kind, loving and giving.
Oh, that's a prior someone who sued him. Uh-huh.
That Aaron Carter.
Uh-huh.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
People that do that, when they get found out and they get caught, they should get the same treatment that the other person had to go through.
Right. If you accuse somebody of a crime that can cause them to be incarcerated or fined, you ought to be liable for the same crime if you make it up.
Yep.
Yes. But now he's dead.
Well, it wasn't really him, and he already fessed up. So I'm talking, it happens all the time. They can make up a story. It's like swatting somebody. Like Tim Pool and all these other people that get swatted during a live broadcast. All people have to do is call the police and tell them something's happening there, and they have to address it. They have to go there. That's the rules now. And that's dangerous. People can get killed that way for no reason at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's a video of Trump told CNN's Larry King in 2009 that Michael Jackson was not a pedophile. He's not a child molester, and I'm certain of that. Trump said he loved children, but he was not a child molester.
Oh yeah, there's a 20-minute compilation. It's on my Hilltop Workshops too, under the buried news videos that someone did in Japan. Some Japanese guy, and he did this 20-minute compilation of Trump and Michael Jackson and their relationship. And it was like a lot of that. It was a lot of that. And it was pretty interesting, you know, from the Japanese guy's perspective. They love Michael Jackson. They really love Michael Jackson. Asians, you know, they went gaga. Just like the Beatles did. Americans did when the Beatles did.
Yeah.
Well, I saw earlier that he was one of the Backstreet Boys. Is that what they were called?
The brother of one of them.
Yes. That did drugs or something. Aaron Carter.
Oh.
Yeah, he's openly discussed his addictions and mental problems.
Oh.
That's like Michael Jackson. I believe that because that poor boy started out as a child dancer, singer.
Yep.
Didn't have a childhood.
No.
His family was screwed up as it was.
Yeah, his family, they milked all them kids.
And then when he started getting older and he could afford all this stuff, he was a kid at heart.
Yeah. Maybe, you know, his family may have protected them from being abused. Those girls are highly sexual, though. You know.
Boys freaks.
I said highly sexual, but okay. If you want to call them freaks.
Well, I got a question. I don't really know a lot about that stuff, but were those boy bands endorsed by Disney by chance?
I think
so. Yeah, they're all bad. My cousin was in one. He went to school down there. He was in the band Boy Band that was just out. And that lady, Bailey Sarin, she did a documentary about boy bands that was really good. I want to share her documentary. Bonnie and I were talking about it today, and Chuck, you probably like it too. On her, she has one. She did a really great expose on mind control, and of course, it went into LSD and mushrooms and stuff too. But about how the government does that stuff, and that's the kind of stuff, you know, that the kids, I don't know, when we were growing up, we learned, somehow we heard about subliminal messages. These kids have never even heard that stuff, have they?
They proved that some advertisements did have subliminal messaging in them. They have caught them doing that. It's not like it's never been done before. And
I think they do it heavily still.
remember, they just came up with paperwork that proved Operation Mockingbird was not a conspiracy theory. It is now proof. There's proof that the agencies worked with the media and they manipulated things, right? So that right there proves one more theory to be fact. All it's going to take is a little disclosure to find out that if you look back, MK Ultra is old. I think it goes all the way back to the 50s. And there's even Russian scientists and stuff. That MK Ultra, they put LSD into water systems and tested unknowing people. Even did that to soldiers and stuff. They would use drugs and try to sway their thinking and test people in different environments. That's without their knowledge, right? If they would do that stuff back then, what makes you think they wouldn't do it now?
They are. I've seen reports that they use the military as guinea pigs.
Always.
Always. I was watching last night when they, it's New Orleans. And was it?
What?
NCIS.
Yeah.
So understandable why parents
prescriptions.
Would somebody please call me a crackpot or crazy or something? Because I'm used to that. You guys are just
Crazy something.
Yeah.
Just how about we watched NCIS. Guy had a tracker chip that was in him, and any electronics that was around him, it would hack them and put them on the and download stuff. And they were fitting it in pills.
Yeah.
They can do it already. You know they can fucking do it already if they're doing it already. Oh,
Yep.
my, that's freaky.
They were putting it in prescription pills.
Oh,
No,
A lot
wow.
of the shit we see on these shows is them bragging about what they can do, and people are like, oh, I can't go through, it's on TV.
damn right it is.
Yeah, but their writers get the information from real people.
Exactly.
Most of their writers are 3-letter agencies, the ones that edit it and look over it.
I'm glad I don't take
Thank you, Benji. I needed that.
You're welcome, Carl.
There's no such thing as conspiracy
Thank you,
theory. That's an alert.
I don't know what I did, but
And
you're welcome.
Informed.
I know you're talking about the other Vicky. Oh, that was not a beer. It was a Coke. Actually, Pepsi.
Yeah, it ain't beer 30 yet.
You don't have to explain yourself that.
It's beer 30 somewhere, Chuck.
Shit,
Bonnie said you're grown enough if you want to be a drunk.
I just smell a beer. I'd probably get a buzz.
Same.
I get a headache. Beer gives me a headache right away.
If I start feeling the buzz out of a beer, I'm getting a hangover at the same time, Carl. Anymore.
Yeah, I can't drink it fast enough. And if I do, I'm nothing but a hot air balloon.
Somebody asked about that earlier, and there you go.
What do we got here?
And that's why today they did this shit about Michael J. Fox.
Hey, I want to show you guys something funny. Did you guys see when, remember when Faith was here today? If you guys were watching me, you guys see Sarah's daughter, Faith?
No, I was there at the first one. I seen you did another
What
one
the
later.
hell, you guys? How disappointing. Fuck.
I was there.
Okay, well, anyway.
Yeah,
Anyway.
you got to come up on the panel, but I was in and out away from here every time you threw the link
Oh,
out.
that's okay. I want to show you
No.
something funny that she did. She's 13 and she has up syndrome. My friend told me to call it up syndrome, not Down syndrome, right? And look what she did. I just came in here and look what she did. She was locked in the bathroom and Sarah's like, "What are you doing in there?" She put a fucking Band-Aid on the mirror. Oh my gosh. Anyway, well, if you go back and watch second stream from today, Sarah came up with her daughter Faith. And you guys have seen Faith when we went to the convoy and stuff. But she was in a dress today and she was super fun and playful with me and more than she's ever been before. Like she missed me and she was teasing me and stuff. And I just went in the bathroom for the first time. She put a Band-Aid on the mirror.
Shit, but I did come up on your other panel.
It did mean shit. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. That always means something. You know that. That always means a lot. Especially when you're
one of those you're one of those peer pressure ones. I've been peer pressured up on Bonnie's panel before too.
Yes.
And I don't have to say a word.
Yeah, I kind of peer pressured Carl. I don't know if Bonnie did tonight. I'm like, I threw him and Bonnie the link, and then I looked right after I said it. He's like, nah, maybe tomorrow. And I'm like, well, I guess I already dropped the link, so I'll just leave it.
Yeah, look what you did. The throat feels a little better. A couple days ago, though, I woke up with a sore throat. I just wanted to sleep for the last 2-3 days. I did not feel well. I'm feeling better.
Good. Good.
Fuck 'em.
The interweb here is really jinky.
The what?
The interweb here sucks.
Where are you? In a different place right now?
No, I'm still in the same area. That's what's weird is it was great until like 3 weeks ago. It started getting very glitchy.
That's because they've been powdering the skies more for these storms.
What is it?
You know, they put it out there with all kind of metals, and when they bombard it with magnetism and other stuff, it throws off everything.
Yeah.
They when they magnetize the powdered metal, they can control the storms, make them bigger, smaller, what have you, and create worse storms, direct them. And if it'll do all that, it'll mess with TV signals, CV signals, radio signals.
What strap?
Strep. Strep throat. It's a
Oh,
virus.
but I ain't been around nobody. That's the one thing, Vicky. I think it's something else because I haven't been around nobody that caught nothing.
When I looked at that straps, first thing popped in my mind is a Hot Wheel track I'd get my ass whipped as a kid with. That was
as I said the other day, mine got taken away.
Look at this show Key Jen is going to do. We should love raid her if we're still on. And what's she doing today? 9:59. Key Jen, look what she's going to do it on. Pat, she says, are you enjoying your patented mind manipulation? That stuff we were just talking about.
Yeah.
She's going on at 9:59. If we're still talking, we could just go over and love read her. That'd be kind of fun. She had a big channel, you know, and Tim's tried to help her get back up too. You guys have seen Key Jen, right?
No.
Not
you haven't seen her? Oh, she does she does a lot of, you seen her, Camo?
No.
Oh, she's cool. She does a lot of the Hollywood stuff. She'll point out, like when Kanye came out, she did a video. That's not Kanye. That's not Kanye. And then she's like, she does media reflection and observation.
What was the basketball player?
I'll check anything out.
What basketball player died in a helicopter crash with his daughter here about a year ago?
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe?
Yeah.
You know that he was supposed to testify against a lot of things the next day, don't you?
That's been said, that he was taken out too. If there are any people that have been taken out, he's supposed to be one of them too.
Oh yeah, just so you guys know, I'm not suicidal.
Yeah. That's the same thing that Cappy said.
Yeah. I'm not suicidal in any way. I value every second of this life. Even if I was bleeding out on the ground, I want every split second I can get.
Yeah, I'm not.
The thing was, is his daughter was with him.
Yep.
Right.
They don't care though. They have no heart. They're evil.
Reap what you sow.
Oh, you watch her still, Echo? Yeah, she's cool. She's got a whole different take. She talks about all of it. The juicy.
That Isaac Cappy thing, I actually watched him for a couple of years, right till that happened.
I had just quit about a week before he died watching him. Somehow or another, I couldn't catch him, and I liked watching him live. And then I was like, okay, that's why. That's fucked up.
He was cryptically dropping bombs left and right, and sometimes just out there blurting them out, all about Hollywood and famous people. And
there was some girl that he was helping her through stuff, and she was helping him both ways. And she was supposed to meet up with him that day, and then come home to find out what happened at the bridge. And she goes, "There's no way he'd have done that."
Yeah, I saw the same testimony.
Mm-hmm.
I think
the blonde lady? Yeah. Yeah, what was that on?
You know, there's a military base right there next to across from that overpass.
Yep.
Yeah, that was on these little ones. That was on the end of these little ones, wasn't it? That did that expose on CPS? Wasn't that where showing that blonde lady's testimony?
Can't remember.
I mean, I know she was somewhere else, but they took her testimony, and I'm pretty sure they tied it all in because I was telling everybody, oh yeah, these little ones isn't that bad. And then at the end of it, it did wrap into the juicy and stuff, and it went there. And that's where her interview is on the end of that movie, These Little Ones. And if you haven't seen that movie and CPS is involved in your life at all, you need to watch that movie.
Is that the one Tim
I think
showed?
I've heard reference. Of
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we watched it on Popcorn Night. Tin featured it on Popcorn Night one night. Yep. It was good. Stu Peters helped a family get their grandkid back. Because
Wasn't Cappy buddies with one of the two Corys? Remember the two? One of them was like in Groovy. And wasn't that...
Cappy
Okay,
was
one
in
of them was going to come out at right around that same time. He was like asking for $1 million to divulge information that would, you know, big
Yes.
names and all that. Whatever became of that?
was that Seth Rogen or that was another guy.
That was one of the two Corys.
Corey Feldman.
Yeah, Corey. That's right.
Corey Haim died. Corey Feldman's still around.
Right, and Corey Feldman said he had all this information, he was going to divulge it, and he just needed people to give him $1 million so he could make a production, you know, and all that. Whatever happened to his big reveal?
I don't know.
Mm.
That was around the same time that Cappy was left.
Yeah, he called them out for that too. Cappy called him out for that. Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, that's some weird stuff. And then do you know about Hanks? Do you guys know about Tom Hanks and the rumors about him and the gloves and shoes on the highways and what the ball that he talked to while he was on that island in that one movie? What the ball?
Wilson. Wilson.
Yeah, what that impression really represents? Do you know that? All these rumors.
No, what
and all
is
that?
it? No,
yeah, that
tell
was child molestation, that handprint and all that.
It's not a handprint. It's the face. It's a face. It's what
Yeah,
it
that-
would look like if you peel the
name
face off
Yep.
and put it on something.
Yeah, because I've seen Ellen DeGeneres wearing that shirt. She's got a big picture of it on her wall.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of connections to that kind of stuff.
People are sick. People are sick.
Yes.
Sick.
I can't
can't
remember
watch
the name of that. There's a weird one word they put for that. Something grim or something. Is
Demon. Demonic.
See, I'm just confirmed now that Chuck's been into the same nightmare stuff I was.
Those are unspeakable things, boys. They really are.
Yeah, I even followed through with Cappy's stuff. Did you see all that? That he was stopped at miscellaneous places, and he had a flat on his car, and the car was sitting at a truck stop or a gas station real close to that bridge where he was at. And they said that guy was in there and he was acting real strange, but it didn't look like the same guy that they showed a picture of. He said they're close enough to look alike, but
Protective custody. Corey Feldman wanted to include what happened to Haynes in his book. Haynes' mom refused to give Feldman permission. Said it's my son's story. Huh. I don't know a lot about those guys, but whatever else you just mentioned, that's on the. I got that video too. What was the video you were talking about? I saved a lot of those videos.
Well, the original story that came out about what happened that morning with Cappy, all right, it made it sound like he was in a box and thrown over the edge. Now, there was immediately witnesses that said they saw somebody jump over the edge, which contradicted it. There was two stories immediately at the same time. And this went on for months. And then later on, this photo shows up later of a guy with a dash cam turning the corner on that overpass. And it shows what is said to be Cappy leaning up against the overpass railing. Only it looked like he was dead already, or it was a stuffed facsimile of him. It looks so weird. It looks so weird. If you could ever see that photo, or actually it's a video as he drives by it, that looks like a totally made up deal, man. There's something really wrong with that.
it was either edited on there or it was a mannequin or a corpse or.
You saw it?
Yep. Because then it also showed it by that cop cam or whatever it was, go down there and you can see the entrance to the military base.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was almost like somebody. It was almost like somebody in an operations view that they weren't ever supposed to get out and release. See what I'm saying? Like somebody that was in on that operation, some of their footage leaked out somehow.
Yeah, I'm reading Ridge Runner. Chester Bennington was involved. He knew a lot of that shit. I think Bennington knew Cappy too.
Yeah.
They're so evil.
One of them, I don't remember if it was Bennington or the other singer, looks just like one of the pedophiles, Podesta. He looks like he could be Podesta's younger version.
Yeah, but there's a term for it too, Echo. I have heard it linked to that, but there's also a term.
Yeah, it is. It's the name of it. I can't remember the name. It was something grim they called that picture or that. And there's a video out there about it. Don't watch it. Don't look. Oh God, that's sick.
Yeah, don't even tell them about
No, I couldn't watch. There was two parts of the what's it called? That Fall of the Cabal. After they get into that Pizzagate, I was like, I watched them both a couple times. I mean, a lot of those videos up to like 12 a couple times. And there was two whole parts. I was like, fast forward all of this shit. I don't want to see those paintings that were in that pizza parlor. This shit is satanic. I didn't want to see half of what I had to see with all that.
That's what I mean. There's just way too much corresponding evidence to brush it off like it's all a bunch of hogwash.
Brushed off. It ain't getting brushed off. What were you saying, Chuck?
Those blood buffet stuff where they do that to the people and the videos of the kids and
yeah, it's fucked up, man. It's scar your soul, you know.
I think the Fall of the Cabal is up to 24. I think I'm up to 24 on that.
I didn't watch any more after 12. I was like, I'm good. If any of this other shit comes true, maybe I'll watch the rest of it. When I see the sword dance,
the subject changed. You know, it got more current, D. You might want to because it got more current.
I think he said the world right there, Frazzle Drip.
Yeah, Frazzle Drip. That's right. That's what it was. That's right.
And there's a video out called that.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard enough about it to know I don't want to watch it. I know that much. I know that's right.
Well,
yeah.
You notice everything we've heard like this before has been coming back.
Yeah.
This stuff is this will come to the surface again, I suspect. Right on, Becky. I couldn't remember if it was 24 or 25.
There was that video going around too that was on one of the laptops or something that went through that they said that a bunch of people have seen and end up dying from, and I never even wanted to get involved. And I found it one time where people were talking about it and they're like, don't watch it. There's something about it. It's fucking people up. So like they say it's worse than Frazzle Drip. And I was like, okay, I don't want to see it.
No, these people are demented. They're demented.
See some little child with his face ripped off screaming, that's enough. You don't ever want to see nothing like that again.
Well, that's the thing. Is now they have it where if you were to go find something like that on the internet, now they can twist it and say you were watching, something you shouldn't be, and they can prosecute you for it. So you shouldn't go looking about people like Hunter and all those people because you might see something that involves minors that can twist it.
I don't want to see that anyway. No, that stuff's gross.
Basically falls down to don't ever ask questions you don't want answers to.
Yeah, that's right. Be careful what you look for. You just might find it.
Yep.
I wouldn't touch the dark web either. I wouldn't recommend anybody do that. It's just too risky. It's too easy for them to spin it and turn it on you, or for you to get compromised.
Yeah.
I guess a lot of the shit I've seen over the last 15, 20 years, probably why I listen to murder porn lullabies to sleep. Favorite one is watching that Kenda guy.
Who? Joe Kenda.
Joe Kenda from Colorado. He's a detective. That
Good
dude.
night, Benjamin.
Good night, Ben.
Hey, Benji.
You used to listen to Jimmy D Code. I haven't looked at him in a while. He went away when I stopped listening to him. When I stopped
I gotta tell you, man, I quit listening to a lot of them right now. I don't feel like it's doing me any good to know anymore at this point. I need to see something happen before I go any farther.
Yeah, because if there's all this proof out there, why ain't we seeing what should happen? What would happen to anybody else if they did it?
Right. Well, that's just, even Trump said something recently about, we got all this evidence, all this stuff about the laptops, and they go after me again. They want my tax.
Like they all said, the crooked fucks all even said that no one's above the law, and that should be enough right there to get them.
It should be. This is the worst case of double standard I've ever seen in my life. And I don't understand. The only way this would make sense is if there is some kind of a giant sting going on.
And it has nothing to do with a side. It's like you do wrong, you get punished for it, period. It don't matter. Left side, right side, top, bottom.
Well, there's some strange legalities involved there, where like that Smith-Munt Act, for instance, they literally made it legal to lie to the public. It's like propaganda is legal.
Mm-hmm.
That right there should blow people's minds, because now they can feed you anything they want, and you can't do anything about it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and it's been a couple of years, I kind of sarcastically have been saying, it's like they got in there, appointed in people, all the wrong people in the right places, and made corruption legal for them only.
It's not like it. That's exactly what's going on.
Everybody they got in there.
That's what's going on. Chuck, I'm going to send you a PDF. I didn't want to post it, or I may share some of this Monday and we'll just see, but you might want to share it. There's some hopium. I'm not much for hopium, but I'll tell you what, there was links in there. There's some credible stuff in there, and it starts off talking about Trump standing in the middle of the flags, like 11 on one side and a few on the other, and there's a lot of claims in this PDF. Okay, so I don't share stuff like this. My nationalist friend sent this to me.
Well, send it to me too. I think I might have seen it though, but I want to make sure.
Is it from a lady named Joanna? I'll send it to you.
You're talking about the difference between a military flag or a
No,
flag
this is a PDF that has more than just one. It has several
I said a bunch of stuff a while back that he said he's still reading on a while back.
that's the sanctuary city thing, Carl. I sent you the wrong thing. Hold on.
Is this different pictures of him in different places?
This was several pages. I didn't even read it all, honestly, but I like the beginning.
Does it mention law of war?
I was thinking maybe I didn't. see that. Chuck might
Any
want to.
executive orders.
Yeah, there's all those links there.
I'll check it out. I've seen some of this, but
Did you remember just before he left, and he was in Alamo, Texas, and
I remember that.
there was supposed to be some big meaning of that, taking back the Alamo.
I remember that. The slogan that everybody knows is "Remember the Alamo."
Yes.
There are links here. There's stuff here about what I'm going to do is I'll publish this on a blog right now, and because this is from my friend Linda, so I'll just put it under her corner. She's a state nationalist. This is information she's passing on. So, let me see who it's signed by. I think it's somebody named Hugs Barb. Her name is Barb.
Carl, this ain't the same.
This is different. It has some links though, doesn't it, Chuck? And visuals of Brazil with their tractors, with the streets on fire, protesting and rioting. And there is that a video from Trump? Oh, you see that part? Marines make gruesome discovery in California. That's that part right there. Are you looking through it, Chuck, to check it out?
Yeah.
Okay. That I read that, and that was kind of like, it's kind of gross. So since you were asking, like, well, why aren't we hearing these things and why aren't we seeing these things? This is the most. Linda's never sent me stuff like this where it's like, oh, this is happening, this is what they're doing. You know what I mean? She just doesn't send me stuff like that. So when I got this, I was like, well, this is different. This is not. Somebody put this together. I don't even know how many pages, 25 pages long. And it's got a lot of, I'm going to put it in a blog and then I'll drop the link. It'll only take me a minute and then you guys can all have it. But right now it's on my computer, so the only way I can share is to upload it.
That's true. That's true, Echo. I mean, there's something fishy going on. I can tell you that. It's like, all right, the last few days of the news, for instance. I can say this overall for a couple of weeks, but today and yesterday especially, there's been a whole bunch of what looks like they're catching them. It looks like they're catching them, and people are going to jail for this. I've seen multiple arrests, and this might have been the whole plan all along, was to let it play out and incriminate the people that were involved. Don't know. I know this much. If this goes on and they steal it again, every ounce of what they call intel, it's just information, all of it was bullshit. If something doesn't happen and it just goes on ignored, that means everything we've been told.
Did you guys know about Jackson, the President Jackson? Oh, Chuck. Okay. Yeah, we could do that if you want. Am I invited? Did you know that Jackson, when Samuel Jackson was the president, for 4 months, there was another president, and that because the election was fraudulent and stolen, and the last photo of Trump in the Oval Office had a photo of him and Samuel Jackson behind him. I have it in my computer somewhere.
I remember hearing that at one other time there were two at the same time.
Yes, and it was when Samuel Jackson was president, and Trump's last photo in the Oval Office has him with Samuel Jackson behind him with a shit-eating grin on his face.
Yeah, I've heard that, and I've heard other stuff about Jackson. I did a bunch of reading on it a while back. I don't remember all the details, and that was part of it, but there was a lot of shit they compared it to.
And was he number 18?
Can't remember.
Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, Harrison, Tyler, Pope, Taylor, Fillmore. Fillmore was 18. Buchanan. Wow, shit, I lost her.
Yeah, I threw that at you. That I shared with Carl all in files too.
Oh yeah, I shared it to him in a Facebook thing, but that's cool. Thanks. I'm gonna drop it in this.
No, I'm talking about stuff I shared with Carl before. I just threw it at you.
I was
Oh,
just because they keep saying that he was number 19. T.
Yep.
Oh right.
Yeah, because before that it's been all illegal since.
Yes, that's right. Harrison Tyler, Pope Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce Buchanan. I don't know. I don't remember saying. Oh yeah, Jackson. I just regurgitated. I don't really know it. Oh, I can't do a PDF. Oh, I guess I'll have to copy and paste it all.
Thank you, Ridge Runner. Grant was number 18.
Grant was? Fillmore. I got it that it's Fillmore. Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, Harrison, Tyler, Polk, Taylor, Fillmore.
You only did 13.
Lincoln. Oh, is that right? I was on the wrong finger. Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Hayes, Garfield, Arthur, Cleveland, and maybe I forget. I gotta look at the list again. I used to know them all.
That's pretty awesome, D.
I used to.
I did it a couple of years ago, but that went to final. Okay, you got stoned again.
That is a problem. I will admit that.
I was gonna memorize the presidents, but then I got high.
I slept since then.
Do you want to remember this when you're 50, or do you want this 12 back?
I don't know how to save this PDF. So I can upload it in the blog. I can't upload a PDF, I guess.
You can't download it?
Yes, Jerry Lee.
I have
Everybody in person.
Share, copy, and paste. Let me see what I can do with that. Link.
Did it get put in the dishwasher?
No, I think it got thrown away.
Might be in a drawer.
I don't know. I don't know how to share it.
Absolutely.
I can send it to you in Messenger, though, Bonnie. You can have it in Messenger. And if anybody wants it, I can email it to you. But I guess I can't. I don't know. I got to change it from a PDF to a. I can only upload a photo. What's it let me upload?
That link you put earlier, it went to all of your files.
Oh, shit. Are you serious?
Yeah, and so I'm like, okay, which one was the one she was talking about today? And I'm trying to go through.
All my files, or it had multiple files. That Dropbox had multiple files.
Yeah.
That was a multiple file Dropbox.
Well, it's got multiple files, and so
of mine too.
Yes, and
I didn't even finish that last week. He leaks dropped.
Oh shit! I'm getting hot. Oh my god. Okay. Well,
I won't open all of them. Just tell me which
I've done
one.
that before. No, I'm gonna have to go delete it. So I've done that shit before.
It's got products and it's got all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's not just what you were dropping.
There's nothing that good in it, people. So don't get all excited. I'm going to put that video on private right now.
She just went and she turned her whole.
Oh my gosh, I've done this before. I mean, there's nothing on there. Dropbox, you know what's on there is a lot of piano music and a bunch of stuff I didn't even know where it went to. That's where it went. And so I'm like, oh, this is where that shit went. Okay. But nobody else needs to see it. It's my shit. Okay. So I'm taking it down right now. Was it with Sarah or was it when she wasn't here yet?
Yeah, you were with Sarah.
The wrong one.
There
Yeah,
were two.
it's full of a bunch of nudies, Tennessee.
There ain't a single nudie. I won't even give my husband one. You don't got to worry about that. There ain't nothing like that on the Dropbox. That's for damn sure.
Isn't it a good thing that not everybody had a camera in their pocket when we were young?
Yes.
Oh gosh, yes. I'd be in big trouble.
Says at the bottom, voting person.
I voted.
Hey, all for his kingdom.
Yeah. He says, I'm taking y'all out to the she shed. And she starts going to all these other, I mean, first when she's in what I thought was the she shed, I'm like, I could live in there. It's got the kitchen and the everything. And then she starts going to other rooms and I'm like, that's not a she shed, that's a house. And she said, well, yeah, actually it is.
It is a house, but
Yeah, two by them.
okay, I'm going to make it private and then I'm going to go back to it and just remove the chat later. And then I'll re-upload it. But for now, y'all ain't getting my damn Dropbox. So sorry.
I rented a micro house in North Carolina in the 80s.
Thanks,
And I
Mike.
mean, everything in this house was tiny. It was uncomfortably small place.
Yeah. I have seen some, what do they call them? Studio apartments.
This was a whole house. It had a nice yard. The house was the size of a tractor shed.
My First Kingdom. Whoo, that was a rush.
Sorry.
No, I'm
That
glad
I
you
got you all flustered.
No, you got to tell me sooner next time, though. Because now I don't know how many people got a hold of my files. But a lot of it's just music. I created the Dropbox online to get some music, so I don't really care. And then it's just stuff that I've saved online. I got from people, so I don't know.
Yeah.
This shower one was awesome. You, David. I'll be right back. Okay.
Actually, I think I emailed it to me and I could email it back to her and see if I'm correct on that. Now that I got her all excited.
Well, good night, Shirley. You're still there. Well, looky there. Rescues.
That Band-Aid on the mirror. I'm keeping that Band-Aid on the mirror forever. That was Faith and Mine's great day. Chocolate. Now I gotta go get some chocolate immediately.
Because there's only a finite number of things that.
Hey, Rescue. How you doing? You don't know. You don't want to be chatting and typing. You don't want to be typing.
I'm sitting here eating a chocolate-covered raisin.
Oh.
Eating Andy's with the cat.
So I'm gonna forward this email that I kept. Oh, here it is. So it's your Dropbox.
Yeah. Are you sure it's mine? Because it was an Arizona Dropbox.
Okay. So then maybe
Look
that's.
at it again. Let's send it back to me and I'll open it up and see.
Okay.
Because it was a whole bunch of files. That particular link was somebody else's Dropbox with all these files. It looks like Arizona is going to be done kidnapping children through CPS. It's what it
And
looks
that's
like.
awesome.
It's way awesome.
Is there? I sure hope there's a way to backtrack and hold people accountable for the activities of that organization over the years, because it's been pretty widespread. And yet, it's another one of those things when people spoke up, they were demonized and called lunatics. And you know,
David, and you love typing, it's easier.
No.
Well, it's nice when you get on panel without your dickhead hat. That one I made fun of you and you got so mad at me. Remember that, David N?
Okay, this
funny.
must be just off from Arizona, but I just email it to you and you can.
Oh, is it really? Whew, okay, maybe I'll go unprivatize those videos.
I'm sorry.
I have done that before, so I would not be surprised if I did such a dumb thing. But there's
I
a few
didn't know.
people that got a few of my files.
I didn't know that there was like 20 files in it.
Yeah, there are. That's why I said I really think that all to me looks like case law and evidence. There's case law and case law and case law, and I believe that case has been won. And it, I mean, if I'm just analyzing that myself by what it looks like, it looks, and the title says, you know, when I.
you know what though, Dee? On the other hand, if you backed up all your data from your computer and sent it to everybody on the internet, it'd be really easy to recover that if you ever need to.
Well, I mean, yeah. So why not? You guys are all my backup bitches. When I need that file, I'll hit you up. No, I'm sure I'm not sure of anything. It could be. Who knows?
Well, if there's something bad in there, I'm sure somebody will find it eventually.
There's you know what's in there is my statement of facts to Safeway and why I'm going to sue their ass, and the proclamation from the State National Assembly declaring all those organizations as satanic. There's some good stuff on there. Maybe somebody will learn something.
Rescue the links out there if you want to come up.
Oh, you're welcome. I might be able to go share those videos again. But I scared the shit out of me, and I thought I just made it private because I have shared all of my files before. So no, it's better to be safe than sorry. I'd rather know. But hours before, so other people
put your blood pressure up, or you were. I
Was
could
I
see the stress. You're taking clothes off like, oh my God, oh my God.
Yeah, you don't want to share that. I mean, there's nothing bad there. Some people may think there's some wild things in my past that would be on there, but there's not. I'm pretty boring, really. I'm pretty boring for the last 27 years anyway. In a wholesome, good way. And I like it that way. I have more peace in my life.
Maybe it was the first link that was product, because you were sharing links. I think the first one was the site to get all those jars. Of course, I was in a really bad time at that time, and so it was just grabbing the links and trying to save them for later.
Yeah. Well, did you get them all? Hope
No,
you got them all. I hope you got every one of them.
When do you suppose Rescue sleeps? We see him like 2 o'clock in the morning. He's up at like 5:30 doing a show, and then I see him at noon. When does that guy sleep?
He's probably one of these. Carl, have you noticed how many sleep only 2 or 3 hours and then they go again? And it's
Hey,
like,
Liz, I'll be right back.
Hey, Rescue.
Hey, Miss Bonnie. Hey, Chuck.
You.
Hey, Carl.
Hey, Rescue.
What's up, Rescue?
Hey, Miss Vicky. I've have a mellow evening. I actually got on. I was Tennessee Tactical's panel. He actually invited me up. Then I got
I
hung
was
up
there
and
for a while.
I laughed and said I got abducted by alien cookie because that's what I got today. So
I was over there watching you for a while.
Oh, cool.
What is it?
Alien cookie.
The little trees.
Yeah.
So back in my day, we just said it was from over the border.
It was what?
Just over the border, from over the border, you know, alien.
Oh.
You ever wondered why that painter always loved the happy little trees?
Right.
It's mini Christmas trees.
Who knew what was that?
I just harvested all mine today, Rescue. I feel like a murderer. I feel like I don't even have nobody to talk to now.
Oh, we're nobody.
I mean, you know, in reality, in real life, I got you guys, but I mean,
I understand. I'm just playing with you.
Hey, y'all, first candidate. How are you?
but it smells good in here.
Shoot you. I don't know, man. To be honest, I would. Yeah, it's miserable. I haven't had a buzz in decades, so I don't really haven't experienced that. But as far as just being able to, that's a daily maneuverable. That's almost a necessity, like drinking water.
Yep.
But that's why I've laughed. You know, I don't medical arguments and all this factual detail shit. I don't know. Here's all I know is shit's jacked up. That right there helps a lot.
It works. Right.
That's good. That's good to hear.
Yeah. I just don't like pills. All that shit. Nasty stuff.
Oh, I can relate, bro. I don't do any of that. But I will grow some, pick some stuff.
That would be nice. That's well. That's the drawback to taking. Maybe one day. Because I sure will if I can.
Excuse me, I'll be right back.
What have y'all been up to today?
Pretty much this is it.
Oh, there you go. Right, got it. Look at you, Carl.
Anybody win that Powerball tonight?
I have no idea.
I thought I saw a news story about it. I'm not sure. But
About that. Hey, y'all can get Popeye's chicken sandwiches for free. For a limited time.
Say that again, Miss Vicky. I heard chicken sandwiches.
Popeyes is giving out free chicken sandwiches for a limited time.
Shoot.
That's some good chicken there.
Oh my God, it's blasphemy. The damn tea pitcher's empty.
Oh.
Everybody quiet. I was going to tell Carl a minute ago, and he was talking about his harvesting. He's a lumberjack today, cutting up the little trees.
Yep. I should have did more, but I didn't. What can you say? I had you got to take the males out of the equations, or I'd have had a bunch.
Still workable, but all it gives you is seeds, basically, huh? It's not as good, but
Well, the males will do that to the females, so the females will grow seeds, and you'll have a bunch of crap in there. If you can keep them away, you'll have pure bud. You know.
so a lot of people do it to that point when they keep them in jugs and then they pull them apart when they start noticing them.
It's usually at about 14 weeks they'll start showing the traits, and they're like little white pods start growing at the branching area of the stem, and you just want that. You want it gone. Get it away from everything. Throw it away.
Buddy of mine calls it fuzzy nuts. When they grow their fuzzy nuts, you move them.
Yep.
I'm gonna go for a little bit, but I'll come back in a little bit. I gotta do some stuff, and I'm gonna go say hi to Tin. But yeah,
So-
I gotta go say hi to my girlfriend. She supports me. I'll be back.
So
You know,
you're like,
longest
so,
3-hour,
hey,
40-minute stream. I'll be back if you
so
guys
you're sitting there telling me not to bother with the text, that I need to come up with
yeah,
everything.
because you needed to get up here and help talk. You know, you need to come.
Well, I come up and now you're leaving. See, this is what.
Damn
Sword
it!
does.
I won't leave. Oh shit! You went there. I mean, if you
Hey,
want to,
if you're bailing on me, I'm taking my shot while I got it.
we forgot to love raid Key Jen. I wanted to love raid Key Jen. Like, I gotta say hi to Tin. She's been on for 40 minutes. I totally blew her off. I don't like doing that. I try to get around to make my rounds. You know what I'm saying? But I did make you come on here, so you guilt tripping me and bringing up soy shit is gonna make me.
And now you're not leaving.
Now
I
I'm
would,
feeling.
I would get everybody to love rate 10, but 10 you usually only get like 10% of your people go over there, so it'd be like 2 would go do it. So,
Yeah, there's only 22 of us in here. I'd rather stay here. I just don't want her to think I'm blowing her off. And I was late this week. I think that irritated her because she asked me to be her guest, and D-Dog told me to open that wine for those pork chops. And then I drank that wine. And then and then I was like really not fit to be on panel, and I shouldn't have been on panel.
Notice how she shifted that D-Dog.
you'd have been really extra honest. Is that what you're saying?
I was extra late, which was really rude because when you get asked to be on a show, you shouldn't be late. And that's what
I
happened.
was actually tonight. Luckily, the TT1 was forgiving. So.
Oh, yeah, because I've been there, and when I've told people, hey, so-and-so's coming, we're going to do a stream, and then they don't come, you know, because they're counting it. They've known you've shown up before, you've been on time before, so you don't have a record of being late or not showing up, and that's pretty irritating, so.
Zach asked me once to go on a panel.
I'm already in the shitter, so I'll just stay here.
There should be some forgiveness in there.
Zach once asked me to go on a panel, D, and then I lost power and internet and everything. It took me like 3 days before I could even tell him what happened. I felt bad.
Oh, yeah, you do. You feel bad, but you know, she's got a big enough crowd. It's like I said, there's less of us here. She's got a bunch of people in there. She's doing her thing. She didn't. I guess Aaron Carter. Who was Aaron Carter anyway? You guys were talking about him earlier. Was he related to Kathy?
That's that guy that was Michael Jackson, his mom, and the cops
Oh
made
yeah.
big Michael Jackson.
I guess he died today, huh? Yep.
If he's been pointing fingers, it's probably why too.
And his older brother was in one of them boy bands.
Right. Well, I'm just going to stay here with the Misfits then, Rescue. We're the Misfits, don't you know?
I thought it was deplorable.
Them too, and ragamuffins is my favorite term.
I swear it was only like 45 minutes ago I was thinking Island of Misfit Toys. Get out of my head.
Oh, that's our angry conservatives channel. Island of Misfits. That's, I think, one of his backup channels. Yeah.
Oh. I don't know his channel.
I go on a lot of channels.
What?
Go ahead, Cole.
I said I go on a lot of channels. I was over there while you were on panel for a little while.
Yeah, he's a good natured guy. He's got, I don't know, cracks me up. He comes up with some funny shit.
He has a comedy element to it. It's pretty good. He's good with the full screens and videos and stuff. He's good with that.
Yeah, doing those little mix things or whatever those clips are.
Yep. He's not like Bonnie and super slow to get one to get up there and play.
You did not just insult Bonnie.
I heard that.
You did not just pick a fight with Bonnie.
I said that one time, and I know she's never going to let me forget it, so I just
You were
keep
just checking
poking.
to see if she was listening. That's all. It was.
Hey, Carl.
It was.
Yeah, that's funny.
When you're in trouble, you just got spitted on.
You want to feel the Texas thump?
Ooh. She might
I'm
even
just
say
playing
ass.
with
She might even say ass or something like that.
Hasn't she changed? She used to be such a sweet, innocent thing when she started off on this. You know, we have completely corrupted Miss Bonnie.
It's amazing what YouTube will do to you.
Well,
I was thinking about you ever heard of a Texas heart shot? I was thinking about that this morning. A Texas heart shot is when you take a high caliber rifle and you shoot him right up the ass, blow his heart out, clean them all in one shot, especially if you're using an incendiary round.
Oh my goodness! What?
saying, wow, damn.
And my
I
buddy
just wondered if Rescue'd ever heard of that, because you guys are all in Texas and stuff.
had a buddy of mine deer hunting that happened to him. It ended up going in the deer's butt, right in the bullseye. Ended up getting in his spine, traveled through his spine, and come out the deer's ear. And they only found one drop of blood. And that deer dropped in his tracks. One drop of blood they found in the deer's ear, and when they were cleaning it, they found every one of the deer's vertebrae right there past the hip bones was all shattered all the way down. When he said it didn't destroy the backstrap, just made it fun to try to get out.
Wow.
I've heard people taking ass shots and they'll get a heart or a lung when it comes out the other end. But yeah, the whole cooking part I've never heard.
Yeah, that's when you use an incendiary round. You know, cook it, clean it all the same shot. Look at Tennessee's right out there defending Bonnie. You know I'm just messing with her.
Oh, is he? He's all over
Yep.
you. That's right.
What it was, Tennessee, is she went to go show us a video once, And it took her like 8 minutes to get the thing right. And then it didn't play. And she thought it was playing, so it was all quiet for a real long time.
We're having issues.
You are full of shit tonight, aren't you, Carl?
I know.
You are full of piss and vinegar tonight, aren't
I
you?
was supposed to say it's piss and vinegar.
It is.
Yeah,
He's picking a fight. He got on here talking about all the fights he's been in and all the fights he wants to be in, too.
I've never been in a fight in my life. What are you talking about?
Yeah. We know all about you.
In his bathtub.
You told us. Ooh, look at how pretty this is. This is yarrow palm. It's going into
Yarrow is edible.
It's going into jojoba.
Yarrow is one of those plants in the book
going
that
into
is
the
edible. It
jojoba?
doesn't grow around here.
Yeah, it's not cool. Yeah.
I like ho-hos.
Sarah got a hold of mine, and the first thing she did is open it up. She puts it all around her eyes. She's so worried about wrinkles around her eyes. But I guess that's what this is for. This is going to be our oil blend for the face. This jojoba.
She laughs and says that while she's rubbing it all around her eyes.
I'm like, why not? Why would I waste it? I've got it dripped out on the side of this bottle. So I figure I should do it, you know? So it's
There you
blue
go.
on the bottom.
Sad. There.
Well, that's pretty cool watching them actually drop first.
Yeah.
Watch it again.
So I don't know what else to put in it. I forget what. She said, frankincense. We're putting frankincense in it too.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm just glad you guys aren't talking about king dongs.
About ding dongs?
Yes, Cindy, and they said there was no doorknobs or scarves involved in it.
Frankincense.
What are you referring to?
Aaron Carter, referring to Hillary.
It's empty.
Ziegler said I just like hoes. If there are two of them, then I like ho-hos. Just remember, ho-hos are expensive.
You're a trap.
One's bad enough. You start getting more than that, it's just getting more costly. I don't know. Cost analysis just say it ain't worth the headache.
Yeah, when you get more than one, then you're talking about a pinky in the butt somewhere.
For somebody or multiples.
Yeah. Oh, it did?
I'm smelling that cologne again.
Which
I don't know if anybody seen some of the
Myrrh and
redacted stuff?
frankincense. What was it? There was a few things that back in hundreds and hundreds of years ago was a super valuable trade item. Frankincense was one of them. Myrrh, frankincense, and what was the other one?
Frankincense and myrrh and
Those were the gifts to Jesus, weren't they?
Yeah, they were.
But they were actual high value trade items before and after that too. It's just I remember seeing this stuff somewhere. I do know what frankincense smells like, but you don't see that stuff very often.
Oh. No.
We
It's
used to
just
have
sweet
that at
basil.
Walmart. They took all that off the shelf.
They did? Why?
Myrrh, frankincense, all that. They took them all off.
Huh. Wonder why.
Anything that's good for you, they're going to take it off. You know that.
That's what I was thinking.
Rescue, you were going to ask a question.
Oh, I just was going to ask if anybody had caught that redacted episode earlier today about the military with the jab stuff. 'Cause there was a pretty good they did a good little episode on it. There's some lawsuits that are
Yeah.
being done from them. But then there's so much detail has come out that, so see if I can get this right. So the day that they
mandated,
the day it got FDA approved was the day that they pulled it off the market, the very next day. And then the next day was when the undersecretary issued the statement that they were going to be, or that's when the secretary made the statement that they were going to be mandating it. Then I think it was a day or two later, the undersecretary then issued a memo telling them to use the other one that had been taken off the market as a filler for the one that supposedly had been approved. And that right there became a key coffin in the nail thing, apparently, for the lawsuit.
Well, that document I sent Chuck and Bonnie tonight, that PDF that's 25 pages, I did glimmer through it. And what I found to be interesting was that it was who was reporting to General Berger, which I know from with Liberty Cowgirl, that's the general to pay attention to. And, you know, the Air Force is no longer part of
What?
of something. Well, we'll be reporting on that, but there's some big changes, and Space Force and all that stuff. There's some heavy shit going on there because they were supposed to drop that mandate. They were told, they were warned several weeks ago to drop it.
Today, they just announced that 14 National Guard units have been called up to observe the selections.
Uh-huh.
I also saw somewhere too they're giving people $50,000 sign-on bonus because they're having issues getting anybody to enlist.
Doesn't surprise me. When you're talking about WW, WF.
If you do a YouTube search with that right there, that's the name of the episode that talks about the military whistleblowers that came in.
Clayton Morris. If I have that document, send it to my email, put email in chat. Sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Rescue.
Yes. Send me your email, and I will. For sure.
Yeah, Rescue, I saw where some of the different stuff they're talking about. But it's proven that people were talking about a year and a half ago that they were like, no.
Oh, that episode of that Redacted, they even talk about there's a newspaper, I think they said the Atlantic, because isn't that a newspaper that's like up in the Northeast or something called the Atlantic or something?
Oh, no.
Some news shit or something like that. Anyway, they came up with a story, dude, and it was so funny as shit. Because it's a pandemic amnesty. Because
you know what?
while some things might have been said that were hurtful, but they didn't know then what they know now. And it was so funny because that dude, Clayton Morris, he lost his dad during it. And so he couldn't even go in the hospital. And so while he was reading that article, and he goes, and you want amnesty? And he said, well, I can say for me, fuck you. And it's
me
like,
too.
And so, but it's just the audacity that they would
Yeah,
write
it
an
is.
article going, by the way, we screwed you so bad, and we know that we killed kind of like, a couple million people, and we made your lives
So fuck
miserable,
off
cost you
all the
jobs
way.
and everything. But hey, can we just call this like an amnesty thing? Because we made a boo-boo. And it's like, hell no.
No. I heard that on the radio. When was it? Friday morning?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
And that might have actually been yesterday, come to think of it, because since Vicky said that, I do get time skipping, so that was probably yesterday's video.
Yeah, I listen to 99X in the morning, the Walton and John show.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't haven't listened to the radio in so long because I don't go nowhere.
That makes as much sense as me and you going out and getting drunk and getting in a wreck and killing people on the way home, and then turn around and say, "Well, I didn't know that I was going to get in a wreck and kill anybody while I was drunk." So I want
amnesty.
Yeah.
I just came out to shoot pool and drink some beer. I didn't know anybody was going to die. I just want amnesty.
Right.
Words of the sheriff.
Don't drink and drive.
Words of a Texas sheriff told me one time. He said, "Ignorance is no excuse."
Yeah. But I heard way back that they had already made it to where no suits or anything could be filed against any of the
pharmaceuticals were protected.
Yes.
That's been changed.
Oh, okay.
They're no longer protected that way.
That was when if they were getting FDA approval. Other than that, it was running under executive order. And the minute that expired, their immunity to that expired.
Oh, okay. Good.
Hence their panic.
Yep.
The thing is I don't think there should be lawsuits. There should be handcuffs. There should be trials for crimes against humanity. There should be.
Absolutely. Murder.
Get enough people to show up Tuesday, make a change, and then don't let up. See, there's the catch. That'll be the side thing is can't let up. If it comes through Tuesday, that's cool. Wednesday, you start the emails on, okay, what committees are you doing? What are you doing about this? And you start hammering away. And then the ones that shut you off, you start making notes of those names and you start working on replacement.
And that's what the good guys keep saying, that once the red wave hits, it's where the real investigations start. So if all that's going to start against it, then everybody at the ground level should be doing the same thing.
See, and that's one thing I don't understand right here. There was a big fight against the pipeline coming through here. The ranchers were all fighting it. Well, apparently they couldn't do nothing about it. They even had guards standing there overnight because people were pissed. And so then now it went to court because the pipeline was leaking into the waterways, the rivers, creeks. And so from what I understand is in court, then all they did was settled with a settlement. And I'm like, what? These waterways are still toxic with oil, and you're just going to take the money and run?
That's what some of that stuff has been. That's all it is money grabs, or a way to launder the money.
Come on, take the money and run.
Yep. On paper, they'll have it all explained how it's all going into this environmental study, and it'll be this environmental, this, but really nothing ever happens.
No.
But it's a stack of papers that go to the court, making it sound like this is all going to be legit.
Yeah. But that is
Red Runner's on.
That's the drinking water.
Yep.
1 gallon of gasoline destroys 10,000 gallons of groundwater forever.
Oh my goodness.
So
And that's
one gallon of gasoline destroys 10,000 gallons of drinking water.
Yeah.
Yep.
So then the pipeline's getting shut down wasn't such a bad thing, or what? I mean, if it's causing things like that.
We got our own energy. We need our own energy. So that's not, that's the problem I have with it. We should have our own.
Can't blame that company because a lot of that is bad personnel. It's not an intentional, like, up at the boardroom, they went, yeah, what it is some supervisors are like, man, I don't have the manpower to deal with this. I'm just going to minimize it. It's not so bad. And or the guy he sends says, man, this is a shitty looking day. Leans and just looks at something or doesn't even actually do it. You end up with effects from workmanship.
Darn it, chat's got some links I wish somebody could grab. Especially want to see the one Cindy's talking about, because that would back up a video I was sent yesterday talking about people in high places being contacted by the military and be preparing them for some type of transition. And that would back that up. And then who else had that whistleblower one that Rescue has? I'd like to see that myself too.
Yes, Tennessee Ridge Runner. That's what's in that PDF that I sent it to Chuck. There is stuff in there about it's 25 pages,
Okay.
but
So you're telling me that there's 3 sources now saying that happened? Or is this
about the governor. I'm
Cool.
reading about the governors. What did you just say? I'm
Yes.
sorry before I answer.
Well, I got a short notice of that yesterday, and now they speak about it in the whistleblower one. And then,
Yeah.
I mean, where are you guys? Because I need to, if you can back that up with more than one source, then we know something's going on for sure.
Yeah, there's some links and videos in that 25-page document I sent to Chuck and Bonnie, and I can send it to you, Cindy. Tennessee, I didn't see your email yet.
Did you
But yeah,
guys see that there's a TFR they put over Palm Beach, Florida? That's where Murdoch is at. TFR went into effect October 31st and will remain in effect until May 23rd of 2020.
Excuse me.
The Federal Aviation Administration classifies the airspace as national defense airspace.
Oh, wow.
So you guys remember the term future-proofs past?
Yeah.
Well, if they knew this was going on and they were looking to the midterms to run like an operation of, 100% catching these fools,
Right. This would be the time.
that would prove, if they can prove that it happened now, then they can prove it happened then.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
But Carl, I don't see any links in chat that you're talking about.
Well, they're not putting the links, they're speaking about the links.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's talking about, he's had 2 other sources, right, that was saying about the governors. Governors
Yes.
notified as
'Cause-
well. Yeah.
It's one thing to get information like that from one source.
It
When you
is.
start seeing it, multiple sources saying the same thing,
Yeah.
there's probably something to it.
Well, yeah. That's what I was thinking.
And if he wasn't such a dipwad, I know a representative, but I don't even trust him.
They're all dipwads.
Yeah.
Much.
I'll be right back.
But the reports I heard stated specifically it was military that was contacting them.
Yeah.
Well, let's put it this way. What if it's not the good guys? What if it's Biden ordering somebody to do something?
That potato head can't order shit.
Well, apparently you can if you can withdraw out of Afghanistan.
Yeah, he's got control of foreign shit because he's an infiltrator. But he doesn't have any control in here, I don't think. All his power is everywhere else, is what it looks
Well,
like.
forgive me for being suspicious because I've seen some things over the years. So I'm just naturally suspicious about a lot of things lately.
National Guard's supposed to be controlled by states, but I don't know anymore with the shit they pull.
That's what I mean. I'm always looking for it's like I said, they're all talking red wave. They're catching people trying to steal it. But what if come Tuesday, all the states turn blue, and it's just like the perfect trigger event. Everybody in this country is going to go, no way.
Hi, Kitty.
Now, get done just like before.
This document says 11.3, end of occupation and duration of belligerent occupation. That's what you saw, isn't it? Is that what
The
you saw?
law of war is 11.3.
Yeah, law of war is right before that. You're right. Military code section. Yeah. So you don't like that, or what?
I do. That's something that a lot of people have already suspected, but it's like nobody's putting their neck out there to verify. Nobody of stature is putting their neck out there to verify.
It gets poo-pooed by a lot of people.
Well, it does. And, again, you only know what they're going to tell you. So what can you believe?
Well, yeah, you can't even believe what you see because a lot of what we see is CGI. I mean, I never really even started to think that the other side would be using Trump too, like controlled opposition, until recently, but they very easily could be using CGI Trumps. Like, remember when he came out and said, I think they should call it the Trump scene. It was like, what the fuck? Was that really?
I can't, Cindy. I appreciate that, but I can't do anything when I'm on this phone. If I touch anything,
Wild animal? No, get lost. Okay, honey, I see it. I'm getting it right now.
Told you. Did you guys see this? There's a breaking outage in PA voter database as election day nears.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, yep.
well, I've also seen where they're already saying that we're not going to know the outcome right away. It's going to take time. Basically, it sounds like, well, if we don't like what we see, we're going to change it.
Anybody that doesn't think that next week shit's going to hit the fan, regardless of whichever the dust settles on, one side's not fixing to like the other side. That's just what's fixing to happen.
Yeah.
Amen, Rescue. I know. I can't even think of it going any other way.
Oh no, it is what it is. There's no way. You're not gonna. People can't take it in their face. There'll be enough. If they were to try to do that would be shoving the people out the door kind of thing, and then just going in and just that won't fly. And then if you get the wave, well, you got the whole little rat army that's been released the past few years to go create havoc. That's going to just go ballistic and that's what's sad about the little Antifa, BLM, extreme little anarchists, whatever you call them, little shitheads. But dude, they're just like rats being used by a landlord to clean out tenants out of the building. You pull up with the van and you release all the little rats into the building. You try to create enough havoc and misery that people just fucking leave. And then when it's all said and done, you just fumigate the damn apartment building, get rid of all the little rats that you use to do your work, and then you renovate. And that's pretty much what you're trying to do with all these little groups and shit. So yeah, shit's fixing to fire off in all these cities, one way or another.
Oh, yeah, I got your email. I just emailed you. Let me know if you get it, okay? Just sent it. I gotta put some wood in my fire here. I'll be right back.
I would say that's true, audit, Echo. Regardless of whatever happens, people ought to just start requesting an audit. Just regardless. Of course, I will say if the other side pulls it off, I don't know that requesting an audit's going to do a damn bit of good, because that means they've done lied to the scale to where life's just going to be different. Start altering law and order, it changes society. Sorry, it's the alien cookie talking.
You're not wrong. Because if it's a red wave, the left's going to flip. If they steal it, the right's going to flip. There's going to be mayhem in the streets again. I can't see it going any other way.
This is the Y in the road.
I'll bet you almost all of the original people that voted 2 years ago for the righteous person all believe that we've been shystered. And I'll bet since then, a lot more people have opened their eyes to it. I can't imagine letting them get away with it again and then just going on like nothing happened for another 2 years and then hoping that somebody's going to win 2024. That just blows my mind that people think we could endure another 2 years of this.
Dude, if you think 2 years is even going to happen after what they've just been trying to do right now, they've been trying to pass it. So basically, there won't be an election like we've ever seen before. It'll all be changed. And they just haven't been able to pass that bill this whole time. But if they were to flip tables Tuesday, then they'll have more than enough power. It'll pass, this shit signed, there you go. And then 24 becomes irrelevant because it's not even up to your state no more.
Right. And they're on a steady path of tearing this down already. Give them another 2 years and they'll succeed.
Yep.
But
all I know is I plan on rolling my chair right up through that door and punching my ticket.
One thing that we got to realize, though, is our mistake is thinking logically, Rescue. This isn't the world we're used to.
Yeah, what it is, a whole bunch of people thinking, well, this normally don't happen. We wouldn't do that, so they won't.
Well, actually, what worries me was there's a combination of stuff. So afterwards, you have that wave of, oh, well, see, they just did that, so voting doesn't matter anymore, period. And so you have that layer, and then you have the layer of, oh, it's all the same thing anyway. They're picking the winner, so it won't matter. You just do whoever. They're going to pick it, so you have that layer. Then you have that layer of, it's the pre-opposition, like Dee mentioned. You have people that do that. Oh, well, he's part of it, so this is the bigger plan. And it's just, there's so many layers to this side. And that's what I've always pointed out is their side is so simplified because it's negative. So just think bad, there you go. It's the other side that's the harder to come because you've got to use a clearer mind. You kind of have to think in a more basic term. You can't react emotional. And so it becomes a little different. The other side, it's all about the emotional thing. That's what you do. You don't have to have no sense. It's all emotion.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And so and this side has to go, okay, wait a minute. This is what you just did. Okay, let's back this up. Let's slow it down. Let's look at this like, what it was referenced one time as a diamond heist. So, well, you don't see anybody freaking out when the diamond place gets jacked. You don't see people freak, so don't freak out. You now see the problem. There comes the problem. It's now just identified itself. And if you'll slow your roll and focus that, you start addressing. That's why I pointed out local. Look at all the crime shit. We talk about the shooters. We talk about the incidents. But wait a minute. Where did what's the place that they came from? Oh, that city, that DA let them out. Where did George Floyd come from? Oh, that DA had let him out. That's why he was still out doing his thing. Why did that information get all polluted and turned into a whole spun out thing? Because of that official, that elected official that nobody paid attention to that slipped right on in there. Sorry. Damn alien cookie shit. If it isn't a soapbox, now it's daily entry.
No, this is the stuff that's on my mind. I don't know about everybody else. It feels good to talk about it.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize it don't matter what you think it won't affect. It could affect something very close to you, so you need to get out there and do it anyway. And if you don't go do it, don't even say nothing about it because you ain't got a right to. You ain't got no skin in the game. Keep your mouth shut.
Here we go.
Yeah, I try to just tune out people, especially if there's anything, which most of our group, everybody seems to be going to vote. So it's usually in them other bigger ones that have the bigger crowds. And, say that, and I've got to just, it's time to go because you rile me up, get my blood pressure going. Because it's just, it's not like you never heard from this person before. Oh, no, they've had an issue with everything. But then their end result is well, wait a minute. Then why do I have to listen to your shit if you ain't even going to participate in trying to solve it? Shut up.
Well, I've suspected for years that a lot of the people that are the resistance to patriotism are actually wouldn't even legally be able to vote. Probably people that aren't in our country, probably people not of age, unregistered voters. There's probably a whole lot less of them in comparison to the actual American voter. They're just inflated. They're like that loud guy at the party with the big mouth. There's 35 people at the party, but this one loud mouth is heard the most.
Oh, yeah. That's what most of this shit is a small number.
I'm not that loud.
Only when the fan's off.
Yeah. Y'all hear a difference now with that fan off?
I didn't even hear the fan.
I changed. I got a different mic from before. That other mic could pick everything up except me.
Yeah, I feel like every day we're closer to knowing. That's what it feels like to me. We only got 3 days left.
That's it.
I mean, I'm not saying something's going to happen by then or that day, but if not, it's going to be shortly after.
Well, okay. See, now here's where you go, though. So, okay, we had pizza boxes and shit in a few locations. Well, that was then. So here's this one. They're already spinning this whole, they're planning this. And like I laughed when TT1 even brought that up, and it was like, see, that's their playbook. So if you want to see what's fixing to come up, listen to what they say that we're fixing to do. Because it's just about everything they go, they're doing this, they're saying this, that's them. That's their whole layout. Matter of fact, the whole J6 thing, read the Time magazine article and replace the word fortify with stolen, and you go, oh my God, that's exactly it. It's like, there you go.
Wordplay.
That's like I'm having half-ass panic attacks. Freaking waiting for the A.
Well, see, they tell you what they're doing because that's their thinking, and so they're projecting in a way. I guess you could use that word. And they try to flip script, only they're getting so obvious with it now, and it's tied in. So you're not even changing the color and shit. Everything's matching what you're saying. It's becoming obvious.
Yeah, like the whole thing about no one's above the law except when it concerns them, and they make themselves beyond that. It's like we're untouchable. You're not beyond the law either.
If you were the law right now, what would you do to combat what you think is coming?
Well, wait a minute. When you say law, which level of law?
100 people.
The highest. The ones
So
in
constitutional
control.
sheriff?
I'm talking the military. I'm talking military. What would you do if you were the military and watched this go down?
Most of them are overseas.
I would,
Wouldn't you let it play out though? Wouldn't you? I mean, just monitor and let it play out.
No. No. You got to watch that whistleblower thing. I don't know if that's what Ridge Runner was talking about when he said, wow, the whistleblower, if he watched that little video. But, dude, when you see the numbers that have come up out
In
of the
other words,
military
there's going to be a
and the
stop.
stuff and the whole increase in the stuff, it's unbelievable.
So, in other words, you're saying there's going to be a stop moment.
Supposed to be, isn't there?
But there's going to be
I
a
don't know.
stop.
I mean, I'm totally speculating at this point.
Oh, I personally could see
I'd never believe the country would have been this still for 2 years of this shit.
One thing, there should be no late votes. It's if they say at 8 o'clock on Tuesday the vote's done, they should have the numbers all right there by 9.
But you've had Pennsylvania and Arizona and people coming out saying you're not going to have the results that day. You already got people there already.
Yeah.
They're already saying.
And I know a lot of states did a lot of work to clean a lot of stuff up.
Delayed tampering.
I do think that if the red wave shows up, I would be just my little, off the top of my head, little scenario is I see the little Berkeley thing coming into play before you can get to January. Because see what happens in November, it might be a good little morale booster, but you still got to make it to January. You still got to do the whole little book thing before any of it's set in stone. So if you end up with a whole nother level of shit break loose and you go, oh my God, oh no, we've got a fuel shortage going on. We've got this, that's it. We just have to do the military thing. Boom. Well, you've already
And we're not done burning
the
70.
You're forced to either get a poke or not get a poke. So there goes most of all your strong ones because they said, well, I'm not doing that. So they left. You've already weeded out a lot of law enforcement because you forced them to get a poke or lose their job. And the strongest ones gave them the bird and said, bullshit. Just think of that, work that through. And so if you filtered through all this and you come to this part and you go, oh yeah, we can't pull this one off. Okay, well, here's what you can do is this. And when you establish martial law, now January doesn't happen. And so you don't swear in all this little wave that just happened.
And martial law means you don't have a right to do shit.
Right. And now they can start to create that havoc scenario that will start to implement over however long.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I'm sorry, I am one of those people. I'm up front, but this whole military is on our side, just waiting for the thing. Bullshit. There's no way we would have had commanders let those guys get slaughtered at those gates over there and abandon that base because they were waiting for some grander plan to kick in. That just goes against the code of all 4 branches, and you're asking for a coordinated effort to say, oh, yeah, we'll just...
No, it only take one compartmentalized part of the military.
It would take all branches. Everybody was aware of that base. Everybody used that base, knew people on that base, knew what was happening on that base, and then all of a sudden...
There has been rumors of things happening at high levels.
What base?
So there could have been a change of guard.
You got Austin and Millie, and they're still there, and they're so. And there's their call shots.
Well, in that case, rescue. In that case, I'd say we're screwed.
I think
since Obama been in office, they've been weeding people out. Then they come with the sleever. The sleever weeded the next wave out of the ones that were younger and older and set in their ways. It's like these people know, okay, so the ones that are left already complied. And then if there is any in there that's still of the like mind, we get a scenario going over across the sea. Then we put a whole bunch of our people in a risky fucking place in a group and just let them sit there.
Well, I just can't believe that, hundreds of thousands of people who have sworn an oath to defend this country would just sit back and watch all this happen. That's the
Well,
trouble
no,
I
they're
have.
being,
'Cause
but they don't see it through your spectacles, though, Carl. They're seeing it through the narrated version, just like a lot of the public sees it. It's just like people in mind. I can go into that city down the road there and kind of ask people, and I guarantee you they have TVs on and they're watching Fox or CNN or
Yeah.
MSNBC.
Well,
So they're watching
how in
TV
the world do
because
we
they're
know
getting
more
that
than
same
the
Sinclair
press?
Army message. So it's all repetitive. So you got that happening. Well, they're not going to show
Wait a
just
minute.
like
How do
back in
we
all the
know more
riots.
than the
They didn't
brass?
show that here. So in Houston, ABC and all that shit didn't show the same ABC shit that was showing in Chicago, just like they didn't show the same ABC shit that was showing in California, because they are in control of who says what. It's like right now, I could tell all five of us a different message if I'm the only person who gets to tell it. But now we're all on the same panel.
That and Reuters and all that shit's owned by the child, and everything on the news is what they want it to be. And majority of people still believe what the weather says, and what the weatherman says ain't shit compared to what they do to the weather.
There's a video on YouTube. You can look it up. It's called Sinclair Army, is what it's called, and it was back when Orange Man Bad was coming, and he actually, it's a pretty. It'll get. I don't know. The first time you see it, to me, it kind of. Even though I saw it, but it gives you a chill because he does the whole collage, but then he shows the whole network of all these channels from across the country that were doing that repetitive phrase. And you go, oh, yeah. So all of a sudden, little old Dalton, Georgia over there is hearing this same little exact word message that China, Texas is hearing and Seattle, Washington is hearing. And you go, ooh, that's kind of scary. Well, believe it or not, the military's the same way, dude. They're in these things, and those TVs and the stations available. It's all. So it's
I think
limited,
that
and
was
the ones that buck the system have been forced out.
I think that was a video compilation demonstration of Operation Mockingbird, where it just kept doubling and doubling and doubling until all the newscasters were saying the same thing.
Well, it's called Sinclair Army because they're all owned by the same people. And the message got put out, and they're repeating the same, like the script lines. You're reading the prompter. Just like right now, what is their latest one? That democracy is on the ballot. And that's TT won't even show the little clip where if you start watching, that becomes CNN. You'll hear it in some. Democracy is on the ballot. Democracy. Biden, Potato Head said it. That's their little 3-letter phrase for this little round midterm. Democracy is on the ballot. Democracy is on the ballot. And then you start to see how that spreads. Well, if that phrase spreads, what else spreads? That's helpful.
There's a video out there of a guy behind a booth saying, no, you can only vote Democrat today.
Yeah.
Nobody here.
Yeah.
They
I
won't
was
let
kind
you.
of wondering where that was.
Hell, look, last vote, the last thing they had, they were running them out of there, the ones that were supposed to be observers. And then they taped cardboard up over the windows where they couldn't even see from the windows at the front.
See, that's what I'm
News
waiting
Story
to see
today
Tuesday.
just caught a guy under oath admitting that they were doing that they were hiring thugs to chase people out.
Dude, what do you think Antifa and BLM are fixing to do?
All that shit's gonna fire up again.
It's what it looks like.
If there was any way to vote at a voting place that didn't have to be right in your city little area, I would drive somewhere outside. Or go with somebody else. Always take somebody else.
I voted a week and a half ago in person, walked in, walked out. Vicky, when I took her up there, I walked in with her, walked in, she went over there, license, looked her up, verified everything, compared her picture on record, got her number, went over, pulled her paper out, went over and did her vote. You get to examine your vote, everything you voted for, and when it does the printout, you run it through a machine and show the screen what it's entering in, and then you're done.
Ukraine, that's what I say. One thing that bothers me that kind of, well, not bothers me, just kind of like, oh, shit. They use that word, how that our guys over in Ukraine are advisors, and it was like, not the last time y'all pulled this kind of shit. A lot of bad shit happened, and we weren't advisors. We were actually had people dying left and right. We pretty much changed our society over here. So I don't know about this advisor shit.
All that shit's need to know over there too.
It's instigate that war. He's if they can think that they can. So a simple way for me is if they could take control, so they could go ahead and do their little shit here, and then if they can get NATO and people right there at his border ready, then that's about the last big dog on the porch you got to deal with. And then you can kind of start to address things on a more world perspective. Because China, man, they're sucking a little bit.
It looks like they're trying like hell to start a war. I don't even see a reason why.
Population control, 500 million is the number they want.
Right, but what I'm saying is there's usually a more rock solid reason for a war, even if it is a false flag.
Well, this is controlling money. So the war machine is not fixing to let another little part play a role if they're not going to get a slice. So then you've got to fire up that war machine. Well, all these Lockheeds, all these Boeing, all this bullshit, everybody needs their cut. The only way they get a cut is you got to go get involved in an engagement. So now you can bring in all your defense contracts and go ahead and start powder puffing those pockets. So then there's where your conflict comes into play. And because they are the ones that created that place to funnel their shit, then that's their own little banking system that they're working their own little shit. So you kind of got a collective jacked up people, and they're using that as their little grounds. That's why, hell, he done called them out on their little labs. And he did that way before. I thought that was kind of funny. He just brought it up again to the UN.
How many of you know about World War II? There was a treaty going on between Britain and Germany, and they were talking about ending it with a treaty, and some of the others stepped in that's behind the wall, and the money got involved in it. And why have a treaty with Germans when we can get the U.S. involved in it and win?
Treaty of Versailles.
Into it in a different recourse.
Well, most of all the stuff we use, well, I say most, not nowadays, a good portion in the beginning of the stuff in our civilian life started getting implemented from under military aspect kind of development and research, and then it would use out its purpose, or it could be escalated. Well, then that would be released out to here, and that's our transportation. A lot of transportation can't get with that. A lot of the flight. It's right here, the internet itself. They just they're not fixing to let nothing take them away. They're gonna learn their own coexistence. They'll become the military part of it. That'll. But they've got that's the biggest eye opener for me, was just how much power. I mean, I knew they had some because you just talking about crooked ass people, but I gotta say that whole little phrase war machine has a very big meaning to it. That's real shit.
Yeah, Bonnie, they got them all in Poland, gathered up in one place. So if there happens to be an oops, then
you can talk, Barney. I'll be quiet. I'd rather hear you.
Well, I've been gone a while, and I just caught the end of that.
My connection is sucking again.
There you go, Echo. Echo said, my voting place is in the country. One driveway in, same way driveway out, field on three sides, and trees on one. Corn, If it's not off the fields, I'll go do my duty.
And what's his name? Grassley was hitting around with the corn being harvested and all that here a couple days ago too. If anybody knows about the Grassley stuff.
Yeah, what did that mean again?
I don't know, but earlier this year, when it shouldn't have been, I mentioned it several times. They were entire large parts of Michigan that they killed the corn on.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
And I don't get it. I mean, massive expanses of fields were leveled in the springtime.
Nothing was ever like nothing news or nothing to say, like something might have happened or whatever. Any reason?
Nobody knew why they were doing it at all, Rescue, and never found an answer.
The farmer's getting paid off. We'll give you this much, what you normally get rid of it.
Yep.
Well, some are under contract too. That's how I told my wife, because some of the potato things, and people didn't like the sounds of that. But when you think about it, if you come and buy $80,000 worth of lumber from me, and I stack it all up, and I say, "Yeah, I got it ready right here," and you go, go ahead, I want you to burn it. It's your shit. You paid me for it. As long as I got my $80,000, then it's really your work.
Well, and I understand that sometimes they plow it under to feed the soil again for a future crop, because you can deplete a soil by growing too many things straight in so many years. I don't know but it was on such a large scale. I find it hard to believe it was that.
Yeah.
Hell, Carl, there was over 100 food processing plants that oops tragedy, oops fire, and a lot of them just had new fire systems put in and alarms and what have you. And
I know, and when this first started, that stuff first started, all these food places and stuff, that's when I noticed that. That's when I was saying I saw it myself. I mean, the tip of the thumb of Michigan, like if you look at the mid of Michigan and you look at the thumb, that whole tip up there is corn. And that's a lot of corn, man. That's a lot bigger expanse than it would look like on a map. You're talking 100-mile drive of going through corn, and that's just, it was many places did it all at the same time.
Yeah, they've been slamming the Amish up there. They've been cutting their asses down and keeping them from dealing with people. And
Well, did you guys see, we all saw that video of them poisoning that one river. Was that in Canada?
Yeah, I saw that too.
That is just, that was about the worst I saw of traitors. I mean, you can poison your community's water. What the fuck is wrong with you? How could you do that?
stops people from fishing and using that water.
Yeah, they're out for us in all the ways. All the ways. They don't care.
I've heard that before too, Guardian.
Okay, you hear the whistle blow, that means it's time to run up the corner of your road and pick up your bag of beans.
Shit.
That's what they want. Everybody relying on that.
Hey, did Tennessee get my email? Does anyone know? Did it say?
Haven't seen.
Okay.
I did say he saw it, that he did get it. I seen he said that in the chat up there.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right on. Cool. These are some of my favorite. These are so skimpy. These are not the fattest buds I've ever grown, but these were all in the garbage clones that a grower was throwing in the garbage, and they weren't even going to make any of these pretty flowers. And these are still pretty flowers, don't you think? Or they were going to be garbage. They're going to be yummy. These are peanut butter breath, they're called. I'll take your alien cookie and I'll raise it a peanut butter bread.
What was that?
one?
Is that the same stuff you sent me, Dee?
No, that was older stuff. This is brand new. This is just fresh now, just getting done being drying for 10 days.
You know what that was that you sent me?
I can find out. I don't know. But I'll ask the girl that had it.
That David guy I told you about, he's over the other day, and he hit a piece of it, and he's like, "That's some badass shit." And he's like, really experienced.
And it's like probably 2 years old, you know what I mean? And she got my daughter's friend just got super paranoid, and she gave it to, I mean, it's been sitting in the like one of our storage rooms down there for probably 6 months or 8 months. So that's why I started thinking, you know, I just really want to get this out, get it distributed. People could make your own RSO. I'm a PMA. Fuck them. Play him. Fuck them. I'm not scared of nothing. It's CBD. You get your little paper, you know, from the testing facility. It's red, gold, and apple leaves as far as anyone is concerned. But that's not really it.
I gotta agree with Guardian in Tennessee. I feel it too, guys. I mean,
what?
Something we gotta give. That's all. It's just a feeling. We don't know nothing. It's just
Smoke another one, honey. Smoke another one.
This is a historical time right now.
It is. No, you're right. It's very
nothing ever happened like this. We don't know if it will ever again. We'll find out when this one's over.
Should we say a prayer? Want me to say a prayer?
And that's what they keep saying about everything. Even the recession is going to be totally different than ever before.
Pray legions of angels around the people.
Society's when you're at a different place. So
yes.
I don't know about Guardian was saying about the China and the New World problem. I don't know, because the only thing I got with that was all these little crooked ass people right here and all these establishments, they're based off of this taxpayers bullshit system that we've got in play now. So if they were to give that up and go to China, that would basically be going to China gold standard type thing, which is already buddied up with, you know, the big bad bear guys. So
yeah,
I don't know that they would want to be the third man in line on that. That's where that's why I don't know that that's a big, like a deal with no one's to end up letting them have power. I will say a statement I heard, and I go, you know, I can see that. It's that a lot of people think the vax was created for the coup, but maybe the coup was brought in for the other.
They already had the sleever in 2011.
Well, and dude, look how just fast this Berkeley shit just went down. So it's like, so you're like in your this is what they do. That which I will say I've never been a happy camper about that, but I used to be kind of just looked at it as like over my pay grade until I realized that they got no problem killing a few million people.
No, they keep throwing shit at the wall for something to stick. Bad thing was the last part of it in the last 2 years was that a dry run to make people say, okay, we're not going to do what they want. Second time around, it's real. You never know.
Take this off.
Gizoff's back. I thought she went to sleep.
You know how that sleep thing is with all of us? Do you know how that sleep thing is with all of us?
Sure should do. Oh, we gained an hour tonight. Is it 2 a.m. yet?
1:30 here.
Oh.
So
I'm sorry.
what's the thing with Grassley? What am I missing there?
It's real cryptic with the stuff with the corn and the harvest, and he's the watchman and
Grassley, the senator.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charles, right?
Yep.
Now, what's the deal with him?
Not real sure. It's real quick. Like something's going on, and he was putting out about the harvest. You remember about 6 months ago, he was talking about the corn and planting. I need to look back into it. I knew what it was, but I've slept since then. So, but I know some cryptic shit saying that they're on something. So, let's see if I
Just
can
got
find
to get that foot in the door in 3 days, and then because they're I will say there's a lot of times that things are trying to be brought up, but it's just totally suppressed. And it's like they intentionally silence Ron Johnson because he was bringing so much up with all the side effect stuff and all the stuff. And I'm telling you, look at all the data, dude. Some of that data out of the Department of Defense, they know it. For the last year, within the last year, percentages in all different things, anywhere from freaking testicular cancer all the way up to myocardial is anywhere from 460% increase to I think the highest one was 2,180% increase on the side effect of that shit in the military that you don't hear nothing about.
That's right. Grassley would be if she was arrested, if Tato was impeached, if what's her face VP can't qualify, then Grassley would be the next in line, right?
Oh, yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. I think that's right. He would be, because he's the House Speaker, isn't he? But I thought he's a senator. No, he's a senator.
Grassley?
Yeah, he's a senator.
So the next senator after Pelosi? Or
I think that's
the Senate dude, Schumer, as far as the Senate leader. Because they got the Senate too.
But I get the same gut feeling Tennessee Ridge Runner is getting.
I think it has to do with maybe the position that he holds. I mean, he's a senator, but since they're on the committees and have positions, maybe that's why.
It's called something. It's what his position is, and it doesn't really have anything to do with the Senate or the House. I don't think. It's just it's his title, and like Cindy said, Nancy's not eligible because
I'm gonna jump down, guys. I'm getting a headache and I'm having bad connections here, so I'm gonna jump down.
We'll see you later, Paul.
Before I go, though, I just went outside for a second. You can see if this is clear where you are, where I am, man, it's crazy clear sky right now. I can see Orion's belt. And if you look to the north of Orion's belt, Mars is super bright right now.
I'll bet it's
Love y'all. I'll see y'all somewhere soon.
Okay. Bye. Let me see. I think it's dark. I think it's. Oh no, it's kind of clear. Trying to see. The moon's out.
Is it full yet?
No, but it feels like it, doesn't it? Where is it? It is. See it up there?
Cool.
No, it's not full yet. It looks full enough to be a problem, you know. There's town.
So where does Grassley come into play? Because I don't even see. Because it's like right now, what I'm looking at on the current order of succession. So you would have Kamala, then you would have Nancy, and then you would have Patrick Leahy, who is the pro tempore of the Senate. And then after him is Secretary of State, which is Blinken. Then you have the Treasury, then defense, and then the attorney general, and it's going down secretaries. So it,
Right. Yeah.
unless one of those spots at a certain point can become an elected spot, that I have no clue because I don't know. I didn't know shit about none of this really beforehand. Didn't pay attention in school. Thought it was a waste of time. Totally kicked myself in the ass. Never thought we'd end up here.
So what was the name after Pelosi?
Leahy.
Leahy?
He's currently the
Patrick Leahy.
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 And then after that, it was Blinken.
Blinken. Well, there's a bunch of jokes about his ass. What are they?
I don't know. That's one little crooked shit.
Is it?
Yeah.
Where's he from?
He's got. I've heard so much stuff on him in the past when he was back in his Obama days, and how he even kind of got into everything. And yeah, he's a shitbag.
Yes, and that's supposedly Michelle Obama.
That's it.
So why is Nadler always up there with Nancy?
With your arms now? That's it.
He's still Obama looking.
Is that Richard Simmons?
Now it's a video of her, supposedly Michelle Obama back, it looks like 80,
Oh,
when it was a Michael.
when he was Michael what was his name? Buchanan or some shit? Michael.
Robinson.
Oh, Robinson. Okay, I'm way off. Whatever. Weirdo. Those people are the weirdest weirdos. I'm sorry, but weirdos.
Oh, a friendly reminder says, never forget, jet fuel doesn't melt passport paper.
Jet fuel doesn't what?
Melt passport paper or burn it. Remember all the passports they found?
01.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. Not that funny, but kind of funny. Right? Rescue, kind of.
Not funny. It's absolutely ridiculous that they think that we're that stupid. But I guess a bunch of people
are.
Look, they found the passports. They know exactly who they were. Oh my.
I believe that shit. Shit. I'll admit it. I believed it. I didn't know. I don't know.
Wait a minute. Didn't y'all just like skip Paris?
That's what I think you, Anna.
Y'all talking about being president?
No, not that.
Ooh, my God.
No, Echo. It showed in the succession, and they called it. I think I say it right. Pro Tempe is who is the next, which is Senator Leahy.
Pro Tempe is what it says. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's some common law stuff. Maybe.
Mm.
I think it might be.
Well, yeah, because dipshit Schumer is who they have as the Speaker of the Senate. You know, so he's got his little stupid little voice piece. But then I know, because that's who I expected to see. You know, was that? But it was like, nope. But I noticed it Pro Tempe, and it was like, so I bet that's the key. That's why it's him. That's that position, Pro Tempe.
He's the minority leader. Okay, thank you, Echo. So that's why. He's the Senate minority leader.
Yeah, see, and that wasn't even in the list. After it went from that Pro Tempe, it went into secretaries until it got to the Attorney General, and then after the Attorney General was still secretaries going on down the list quite a way. So it wasn't even like an elected spot. There you go. How do you like that shit?
I was gonna say, and they've been handpicked by
By the dude that you got rid of, probably, and that's why you DC'd him,
yes,
because it's his whole administration.
yes.
Here's y'all some pictures.
Well, that's a definite instant hit with me. I've been saying that for quite a while now. And all the way, don't forget, all the way off. Not
You
just
know like shit, you must have quit.
I will say that's what's ironic here lately. You see a lot of stories and a lot of things come out, and man, they get to talking, and it's like, wait a minute, am I in the Matrix or some shit? But didn't we like already cover this like a year and a half ago?
Yeah.
And it's like, so wait a minute, y'all are talking like you just now found this out. Are you shitting me, really? And it's just,
Yeah.
some of this stuff. It's like, where have you been? Wait a minute.
a lot of people are shitting us lately. Right?
I just hope that they don't get so distracted and they don't get shit in their mind, go vote. And I'll say it out front, but you know what? Depending on the circumstances, you might have to pick the lesser of two evils this round, but we just got to get the foot in the door.
Yeah.
Can't go, oh, well, then it's either 100% or nothing. You can't go there because that leaves you voiceless. You got at least to pick the lesser, make a note of that, don't ever give up on it.
Yep.
But you got to get your foot in the door.
Yeah. We
I
have
don't
to.
like that option. Because I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
The lesser of two evils in my situation in Humboldt County is by the head of the GOP here is running for Senate in California, as well as the one who's already the incumbent. And he's the one that had told me to shut up, and he's the one that ordered the assault to the security guard to have me removed. And when I was talking to the guy afterwards who I was defending, he said basically what you're saying. Well, he's the lesser of two evils. I'm still going to vote for him. You know, and this was like fresh after this bullshit, you know, and it's like, in my mind, I'd like to I don't care who gets in, they're both going to be crooked. Why don't we just deal with it afterwards? You know what I mean? That's how I'm thinking.
Well,
But
but
maybe that's the wrong way to think. You know,
If you can.
it's not. But if okay, if supposedly
Kingdom.
if we take over the House and Senate, then things can be taken care of if the right people are put in. And so if it's, but I understand what you're saying is more local. No, you said Senate
They're
position.
both rhinos. Neither one is a Democrat. That's all I'm telling you both. They're both.
Right.
Well, no, one's a rhino and one is the Democrat. The incumbent is a Democrat. So,
Right.
yeah.
And I mean, we're having the same. I mean, I personally like Abbott, but
Mhm.
I do think that just like Trump, there's more he could have done that he
Mhm.
didn't do. And so that's what I'm seeing across the board. But at the same time, I know what the other one wants to do if he comes in, and we don't want that at all. Because he's already said he'll go after the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
I think we should be able to deal with both of them no matter who's in, if we're going to be staying engaged, which is what you're also saying. Once
Yeah.
people, they do get who they want in there, they're not going to pay attention. They're going to assume, oh, we got our guy in. I mean, people in my community aren't even paying that much attention right now. We're counting on them to wake up. And I want them to wake up and do constitutional remedies.
Yes.
And, focus on the unincorporated parts of your Humboldt, work on the PMAs, our community, all that. and nail all these people to the wall that deserve it, and they're all gonna. But so I don't know. I'm not saying my thing's right. I'm just saying that's kind of my logic. I know I got to vote for this asshole. He's just a burn.
I understand.
I don't want to vote for this fucking asshole. It's
But that's
personal.
what I mean.
It's
That's what I meant
personal
by
with me. I was assaulted. Okay, it's really personal by his order.
Right, but
Head of the fucking GOP. I mean, that's where we're at in America. That's pathetic because there's nobody else to do it.
okay, Dee. But if you look at the arrests that are happening and the Supreme Court rulings, more things are saying constitutional. They are going more by the Constitution now than they have in years. If you really look into what they're doing, right?
Not in California.
Well,
No.
I know, and California will probably be the last because of the position of the governor there.
Oh, that's the whole money base too. The whole Hollywood, that whole industry.
Yes.
That's embedded in that state.
Yes.
Yeah, and they're trying to move them all into freaking Austin, Texas. Shits.
Yeah.
No,
Sorry. Love you, Vicky.
I love you
too. Don't hate on us all in California. We're not all shitty. I'm not from here. Remember, I'm Midwest.
Austin's our stepchild anyway. We'll just push them out of the way.
Well, we even have some here, and actually, a couple of those have been reaching out to me about the survival skills and stuff like that I've been trying to get a class for here. So
Good idea. That's a good idea, buddy.
they're not all bad. They were just fed up with what's going on there, just like Deanna is. That's why there was so many U-Hauls heading out.
yeah. I just hope that as they run away from the shit that they've created, that they remember that as they're driving, they need to be self-reflecting so they can do a character change and don't bring that shit with them.
Yes.
Thinking's been polluted way too deep out there.
Yeah.
Shitting on the streets, man. Shitting on the streets. And businesses still continue to do business there. Blows my ever living brain cells. I don't give a shit if I had the best money making thing. No. I got a dude right at the corner of my store taking a shit, and you're not going to do nothing about it, and I can't say anything because then I'm in trouble. Oh no, we closing these doors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they want.
Yep, exactly.
Hey, well, maybe that's what needs to happen because once you throw that tantrum and you throw all that shit and you stop and do it, and then you stop, and then everybody go, wow, it got quiet. And then you look around and realize that, well, you broke everything and now there's nothing good left and nobody's left to replace it. All of a sudden, you might see things in a different way.
I'm not going to see things in any different way because my husband won't leave here, and we have a business in the middle of the shithole of Eureka, and I'm stuck here, and I got.
They don't shit on the corner of your business, though, do they?
Yeah, they do. They sleep in the
do
awning
they?
of it, but I rent. It's not my building, but I own we get paid hazard pay to go clean these assholes shit up off the sidewalk.
Oh
wow!
So I mean,
well, that's the way it is
I'm
in
not
Austin
to
too.
go anywhere rescue. Like I see it. I don't need to see things any different. I'm stuck in the fight. I'm stuck here. So it's like it's on, but they're pushing us out. They don't want us here. Everything they're doing is like, get the fuck out. Everything they're doing is saying, get the fuck out. And what can I do about it? If my man won't leave, I'm loyal to him. I'm not leaving him. I'm
Yeah.
not here in California, but shit, I told him it's fight or flight, and you ain't gonna let me leave. Well, then guess what, buddy? You ready for what is about to? This was 2
That's
years
it.
with COVID, and
Yeah,
he's like,
that's it.
"Oh,
That's
sure."
right.
And now I'm 2 years in, and it's beyond what I thought. And people aren't willing to fight. So it's really sad. I'm just watching my town go down in flames.
But I've seen your husband fight or backing you, and look how well that worked for New York.
What do you mean?
All the people that left because of the way things were, and now their economy is just, and because it started out, the rich were just pouring out of there. And that was their main, you know, the big incomes, the big businesses, the big everything. And New York's economy is just,
I think the people from New York, they all went to Colorado, and all the people from California went to Austin.
And Florida, New York, they fled to Florida too.
yeah, Florida.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're not going to make it easy. It's like, I'm going to die on this hill, rescue. I'm either going to die on this hill or I'm going to die, you know, in this war like we all are, or just maybe it's going to be the best time of our life soon, like everyone says.
You sure that shit was just CBD?
Oh, I need some. I might need a break.
You have a beautiful place there, though.
No, and I get you. You know, it because I guess okay. So to put it in that same perspective, if it happened here, I would be the same way. But where I'm at, because I have everything is vested here. This is my home, and this is we cleared this, built it, and so if somehow Texas, you know, in 10 years, kind of became so batshit crazy as California has been for the last 30 years. Then it would, I would be going, well, then I'm going down with the last breath. So I get that concept. It sucks you're there, you know, having to deal with it. But that's when society gave up and started just going just about me. Then all of a sudden they turn their eye. It's just like when you watch them whenever some dude beats the shit out of some woman out in front of a store. And it's like instead of seeing a herd of people run over there to go WTF, it ain't happening. Instead, all you see is a bunch of iPhones hit the air. Cha-ching. There's where that went wrong. And the more communities promote that shit, then the more areas become like the San Franciscos.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That disturbs me to no end. I mean, I may be scrawny and old, but no. I would not let that happen.
Yeah,
people are at the core of all this. Go ahead, Vic. I'm sorry.
I couldn't just stand by and watch that. That's just.
That's the stomach churning thing for me, is just when you realize that not the event's bad enough, but when you see all the feet or legs, or you're seeing the shot from the person and not a damn move. Yeah. And it's like, wow. But it's humans. See, this is people. And the rest of all this stuff is titles that these people in this human race take on. So the same person that you'll see the feed of that video of this person filming this guy beat the crap out of this Asian woman, those feet of that, well, that dude could be the damn county DA. The feet of that dude could be the local doctor. The feet of that dude could be the local psychiatrist. Ooh, there's your winner. And it's like, this is what's wrong. So you deal with societal fabric, people, and the general thinking back into think of your neighbor.
Yes.
Every one of these people, all these positions, they're all crooked. They're all criminals. They're all crooked. They know it. I mean, even the police officer know it. It's like he didn't believe me or something when I was like, hey, I backed the blue. He was a dick to me when I was complaining about the assault I experienced last week, drag show, and the media spun it and said that we assaulted the people at the drag show. And then the Human Resource Committee did a meeting on Thursday, and I was telling you guys about it. I'll share more about it next week, but that was the first vindication we got. They're shaking in their boots because that's an unlawful thing they're letting happen. and they got the mayor trying to say that it was unacceptable that we were out there, that we would, they've got the whole town. They're gaslighting the few of us that have been out in this, and they always do that. They've done that to me from the beginning. Bonnie, right? The media is never favorable to us who stand up, and it's so shitty because we take shit from bullies all the time as it is, and then you're going to go tell a bunch of lies, and you've got people talking about it publicly as if it was true. Good night, All for His Kingdom. Love you, honey. But yeah, a lot of problems here for sure. The satanic elements, the invasion of the CCP. There's Chinese owns a lot of property in Humboldt County. These sellout people have allowed that to happen. But
that's what shocks me here too. That our ranchers would do that.
Love you, honey. Well, I hear $2 billion is the price they'll pay for a paid sellout in office, or that's their bribe. They probably start off a lot lower, but $2 billion is pretty hard to walk away from for most situations. That's the number I've heard anyway. Oh, clock went back. Yeah, you shouldn't be tired, All for His Kingdom. Wake up. It's only 11 o'clock. But actually, it's midnight here, so you must be... yeah, when it's 3, you set it back? You set it back at 3. It's 1 night?
Setback weekend?
Yeah, yes. Setback weekend. That Facebook meme is back to misery and darkness. I got to find that one. It's so damn
I thought
funny.
we set back 2 years ago.
If it happens automatically, then it's 1 a.m., right?
Yeah, at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
It turns to 1 a.m., right? Or is it 3 a.m.? I don't know. I can't remember.
Bring forward, fall back.
Oh, yeah. It changes at 2 a.m.
So it'll go back to 1.
Right?
I'm sitting on 1 o'clock.
Yeah. When it gets to 2,
Yeah,
it'll
you could
probably
be
go back.
2 hours. Don't forget to set your clocks back from sunshine and happiness back to misery and despair this weekend.
Oh,
The dark winter got set in January. Weren't you here?
yeah.
What?
Potato Head said it was going to be a dark winter. I set my clock in.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just a man, it's also a list to wipe out your entire family.
Attempted kidnapping. Oh, shit. They charged that guy with attempted kidnapping? Oh, that's on the DOJ page. That's on the DOJ page. Oh, my gosh, Chuck. That's wild. Thank you for that. That's so freaking cray.
Were you looking at some of that stuff I sent you?
Yeah. Holy shit. This is on the DOJ's page. That means this is, well, at the very least, it's what they want you to think happened, right? But this is what this is going to be the story the government goes forward with.
What?
According to the complaint, let's see, a California man was charged today with assault and attempted kidnapping in violation of federal law in connection with the break-in at the
The Pelosi thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're trying to make it look like that dude's going to get raked over the coals. Because they're really trying to sell the whole MAGA extremist dude. Like, ignore the whole BLM rainbow flag in front of the homeless RV thing. But hey. Oh, and by the way, just on a side note, you can actually dig for this. But there's photos of him at J6 out in the crowd taking pictures. I tried to find it coincidental how that ties into another release of a video where some evil drunk bitch is caught on camera saying how, I dare him to walk his ass over here kind of thing. I'll punch him in the face or some shit. And you kind of go, well, wait a minute. So if she was kind of doing that, but isn't it the speaker that's in control of the whole grounds there? So so said no to the National Guard, said you wish you'd walk over, and then some dude that gets caught in his underwear with your old man in his underwear in your house. Wait a minute, this is a strange tie-in, isn't it?
Very.
Andy broke up on knocking the window outside.
Not to mention being an illegal immigrant from Canada who is
Always
apparently
fix
a
it,
news
Pat.
freak.
Yep. Don't forget the illegal alien part.
Oh, did you see the part two, you guys, that they're saying to disregard any of the stuff Paul Pelosi said at the beginning reports because he was under duress?
Oh yeah, I watched that. I watched that on Ron Mueller shoot today. That original report.
Isn't that ironic? So now Paul
I love
Pelosi
watching
took a head injury from a hammer. So hey, now he might not be all cognitive. Now good old Fetterman over here in Pennsylvania or wherever the hell that dipshit's at. So the homeboy has a stroke and can't even. He's like a hello, good night in one phrase, and yet he's supposed to be cognitive. Go figure. Elect him, he's cognitive, but this dude got supposedly whacked by a hammer. You don't listen to him. Yeah, he said he answered the door, but don't listen to that. Yeah, he walked back towards the guy that supposedly was the aggressor, but hey.
And that's one of his friends.
But wait a minute. Kidnapping cannot be claimed unless you're trying to take possession of a person, and anyone can carry around zip ties and whatever else it was, duct tape.
Well, and plus he wasn't there to kidnap nobody because hell, from their own little stupid statement, they said that he was there to bust the kneecaps and then no more. So there was no, where was the kidnap? It sounded like it was a do-over.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. There's no base to that. There's no proof. There's no nothing. How'd they throw kidnapping in there in anyway?
Yeah.
That's a
They think everybody's dumber than they are.
federal official.
Not to mention, dude, that's the Speaker of the House's residence. Just because she wasn't actually there doesn't mean it isn't being watched all the time, because they're not going to want you to go and like plan it and wire it up for shit. So it's always being surveilled.
Oh, definitely.
It's like really, so some dude just shreds his ass on up there carrying a hammer out of nowhere.
Yes.
Plus, it's so crazy. I mean, think about it. The phone's charging in the bathroom. Excuse me, Mr. O'Sullivan. Can I go to the bathroom? Sure. Okay, good. Hey, 911. There might be something, I don't know. There should be a well check, but I'm being beat up. Hey, what do you do? Just leave the phone on. Now you go back out and going, hey, can I sit down? Sure, man, sit on the couch. And then you go answer the door and you're going, oh, no, wait. Here, let me go back here towards the safe. Wait, no, give me that hammer. No, here. What, really? Give me a break.
Did it make it rape because he had the hammer?
Huh?
I said, did it make it rape because he had the hammer?
Well, hey, that's the second time Pelosi's been caught hammered.
Yeah.
But that place is so well guarded. There is no way anyone could just get in there. No way.
And they keep showing that picture of the window that's busted out from the inside and saying this was the point of entry.
Yeah, it's almost like they arrived and realized that there had been a tussle between two little doped up freakos and said, oh shit, this is the Speaker of the House, this old man. Okay, here's what's going to happen, dude. So you're going with this. I mean, hell, you're homeless anyway. We're going to put you in an air-conditioned place and feed you squares. So give me that hammer right there. Here, smash. Okay, so what we're going to do is say you busted the window. And, by the way, when his ass got busted with the drunk shit, he wasn't alone in that car either. So,
And
they said that the hammer smelled like Astroglide and liberal tears. So.
But the police are the ones that made the first report, and then they started saying, ignore the first reports. Those were not right. Really?
Well, yeah. Well, that's because you had a newbie to this little corrupted shit, and he kind of tried to do some bullshit wing version. And they're like, "Oh no, man, that's not going to go." And then he corrected with the next level, and then the next one's like, "No," and they don't realize that they're doing it in front of everybody. But it's like people don't, but they're in control of the media, so nobody gives a shit.
I still think it was to pull the attention away from the deep she's in by the committee, because more and more truth is coming out there that it was a setup.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, hell, Matt Gaetz disclosed the whole laptop on a committee hearing, so it became congressional records. So it's there, and you know, so that starts in the ball rolling. I think this myself. I think was an accident that happened, and it's now being used as a distraction and to paint the picture of the extreme MAGA people. So when you go to that polling place and these people that have threatened to attack us and stuff, you watch for it, because then that way when Antifa jumps out over here and their little fake ass "Let's Make America Great" hats again, kind of like the J6 shit. Well, then you'll think that, look at these Republicans. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yep.
No, look at all them blue-haired Republicans.
And it's a filter.
Yep.
Sorry.
Just gotta get
It's another feel sorry piece.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, so
DWI
or some
under the
guy,
rug. Where'd that go?
some guy firebombed a donut shop because they were allowing drag shows in there.
Oh yeah, I saw that article. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And see, and that can really go either way. That can be like legitimate, like a Republican dude that was just like, I'm tired of this, and that's the way he saw that. Or it could be one of those, well, we kind of need to paint this picture a little worse. So,
Yeah.
don't you want an insurance claim?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, we have our suspicions.
Well, that's what I've noticed.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Every single thing that's happening, they keep saying extreme right wing something or other, whatever they're calling us now.
Yep.
So
Right wing extremist.
that's what I am in my neighborhood for sure. That's what they've done for us.
This
Exactly right.
MAGA, ultra MAGA extremist group. Isn't it how that lady behind the podium said? You know, it's all the bad people. And I love it how it's supposedly the bad people, and it's like, well, that's funny because this side that's saying something about the Constitution, you're not. This is the side that's saying, well, you know, you're kind of costing everybody a shitload of money, and you're saying everything's not even what we think we see. This side's going, well, the inflation rate's getting pretty damn high. You're saying it's fucking zero. And it's like, at some point, it's like, you're not even within common sense range anymore, man.
Right.
Yeah, the bag of 10 pound bag of chicken leg quarters are double, but there's no inflation.
Right.
Oh, and then some reporter said some shit about how this inflation thing. Nobody even thinks or uses that term. You know, the only people that say anything about inflation is economic people and politicians or some shit. And it was like, wait, what?
Yeah, traders and shit. Stock market.
You do understand how the whole stock market shit works, right? I don't think it's just these couple of random people. Not to mention your day-to-day life, which I gotta say, I was shocked tonight when in my journey from the alien cookie adventure. Man, so check this out. Gas was $3.09 a gallon. Okay. So $3.09 a gallon.
Today?
Diesel was $4.69 a gallon. That's $1.60 higher. It was like, holy shit. There.
Yeah. They've been doing that switcheroo here for a while.
They're trying to kill the small businesses, man. They're trying to kill owner operators.
Got to grow our own hemp and grow our own oil for everything, our own fabric, our own rope. I mean, we let them do that to us. We let them take away our ability to be self-reliant when they took away the amazing, beautiful marijuana plant. And then they made people like hate us who know about our history and like the marijuana plant. And we're the ones that can be mind controlled because of it. That's a fact.
Fact.
Hate away, you know, but it's true. There are people that dabbled with marijuana are found less able to be mind controlled. That's something.
Yeah, see, is it really mind control, or at some point do you just choose to take the easier way and go,
Well, when they were doing experiments on people's minds with all the drugs, that's
where?
With Timothy Leary and the government, when they've done experiments on our own military and they were testing men and people that have done studies on the government's findings with drugs, like Bailey Sarin. She did a show about MK Ultra and about the scientists that came over from World War II and got into our media and marketing, and it's what they do. I mean, it's what they do. That's why we're such a mess. We're very easily, I mean, I could simply suggest something to my husband to have for dinner and it's done. It's as good as done. Like the power of suggestion is strong with us all, is all I'm saying. And the stuff that we're thrown at all the time, some of us are better to go, oh, that's bullshit. We're just like fucking bullshit. We don't.
Well, maybe it's a way of life. Maybe it's the certain lifestyles make people more acceptable than others.
Studies that were done. I'm not like, this isn't a theory. I'm not saying this is my idea. I'm saying they did studies about this drug with all the drugs and marijuana people that tend. That's why the government doesn't like us to be using it, because it's not easier for them to control people. That's what they found. That's in a paraphrased manner of research that's been in multiple different sources, not just one. Timothy Leary stuff is a lot of it. That's what the government, they were experimenting on our military. They found certain drugs worked better than others to make them be the kind of soldiers they wanted. And marijuana wasn't one.
We've done some evil shit to people ever since Roman days. If they want to know and you're in the right power structure, people get pulled off the side of corners and stuff and get used for all kinds. They still do that to this day, I believe. It wouldn't surprise me a bit. That's why the whole Berkeley thing just happened. I'm sorry, there was something that's totally illegal, been talked about just here lately in Congress, and yet they just did it again, gain of function, just like that. So, no, I believe that. What I'm saying, though, is just so you don't think that people play a part. Because, see, I don't feel brainwashed. I apply my thought when I see something or I hear something. It's like whenever I'm interacting with people, I kind of just take them as the character I see. So, and I actually feel like I stand out a little different because I don't see things, so that's what I meant by, because I hear the programming and I get its suggestion, but it's like way back I worked for a sign dude. He was one of my computer customers, and I decided I wanted to shut down. I went to work for him and actually did some studying on just doing these designs of signs, and come to find out, yeah, there's a whole marketing thing behind using certain color fonts, the shapes, and it's because it's been studied to show that this is attention getting, this is attractive, this will get rememberative, this is rememberable, these are color tones. And when you think about, well, this is 2022, it's not really, that's not surprising, because we've been doing little things just even on a more innocent level of just why does this happen kind of thing, just inquisitive, much less the little dudes, because there's just shitheads out here. Sometimes those shitheads are the little dudes with the beakers and glass tubes, and they want to know this. And I'm sorry, look at over there in another country. They use a whole race of people at their own leisure. So it's not out of the scope. I'm not taking that. It's just, but at what point does it become a person's responsibility to start to decide of reality or not? What's reasonable, what's not? What's common sense, what's not? What's good and what's bad.
I'll be right back.
Okay, sure.
Oh, that's why I said my son really studied this stuff. My husband, they're both very philosophical minded, and my husband studied Joseph Campbell and Greek mythology back in college and stuff, and they're both like very, they want to tickle their minds all the time. My son wants to dabble more with, he did more with the harder drugs and stuff, I think, with the, LSD and mushrooms. And
I wonder if that stuff's the same shit, because I will say it's kind of weird, because it's like I remember doing tabs, and we used to lay out on the damn canal bank, and we would just sit there, we'd laugh, but you just kind of, you'd do it on a weekend, on a Saturday night or something, and then you might not do it for damn 3 months.
Yeah.
And then, or you might go out and do shrooms, but like this, I remember kind of when the shrooms did a little change, because they did something about the feed that changed some of the way the shrooms were coming out, because we used to pluck just the regular ones all over, and then all of a sudden that started to dissipate. But it was the whole, and now that when you just, then again, that's why now after interacting with people, I wonder if it isn't the areas that people are in, and then kind of that culture of that area, and then like that vibe. It's kind of like, certain areas love pinto beans, and you go over another way and it's black-eyed peas, and then you go another way and it's kidney beans. Everybody likes the bean thing, but there's different flavors.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, especially in the South. It's very different, which I haven't even been to, but I know that.
The power of the media, they get to decide what to show you. So do you get to see Texas shows? Do you get to see real Texas news? You know what I'm saying? You kind of start to wonder going, so you're getting directed certain pictures.
Well, yeah, we all grew up with Sesame Street, didn't we? I mean, we all grew up with a lot of the same shows. I mean, look, I'm so thankful I got to see Little House on the Prairie, because Little House on the Prairie was the life I really wanted, and it's funny because the kids that grow up in the country, they want to go in the city sometimes, city mouse, country mouse thing. But the city kids are more subjected to, if you think about not just commercials, not just billboards, not just all the imagery, the satanic symbolism and imagery is in everything. It's so everywhere. Unless you're some kid growing up in bumfuck, middle of nowhere, like essentially almost, my kids were pretty sheltered till they went to high school, because their school only had up to like 25 or 29 kids at the most, K through 8th, which is pretty unheard of now. And it was, way country, and they had the Little House on the Prairie lifestyle. They really did. I mean, and the kids, when it snowed up there, and because it's 1,000 feet higher than where I live, so they're at 3,000 feet, it was like the kids would bring 2 extra sets of clothes, and the teachers would let them just play all day in the snow. They do their academic and routine, but then it was pretty much like snow day is on, and they had a great childhood. And I had a pretty good childhood too, but I wasn't really watching a lot of media as a kid. I was doing sports, and sports were good because sports taught team, teaches team spirit and stuff. But that's what my kids didn't get, was the teams thing, because it's such a small school. That was the sacrifice to make. But I don't really care that much about sports. I wanted them to grow up and have good character, and they do, and they're great kids. They're going to school in such a small school is a huge part of why my kids are they're super cool, fun, good, hardworking. They're not spoiled. We could have spoiled them, but they've had to work, and they were not paid for everything. It's like you get some compensation, but you don't get. There's no thing in life called allowance, unless you want to be, dependent on the government or, as a lifestyle choice. Some people are, and that's different. I'm not talking about that. That's not something people are aspiring for in their 20s.
My allowance was always based off of if I completed all my chores.
Yeah. Well, they had it too. We just called it compensation. That was a Dave Ramsey thing. While we were crawling out of snowballs, It's like, well, we might as well make the kids realize too. Nobody giving you a free ride in life. You better pony up, and so they're good kids.
It's funny. My kids actually for the first
We can get no allowance.
three quarters of their school, they actually went to school in a building that was all the grades were in one building. That's how small it was. One end of the building was literally elementary, the whole grade school elementary, and then as you got deeper down the hallway, it went into junior high to where you got to the end and made an L, and then it was the high school.
Right on. That is so cool. That makes good kids. The nice small schools are where it's at. So,
Well, it helps. It helps some, that's for sure. But you still got the whole.
They get a lot more one-on-one. I know my kids did. They had a lot more one-on-one with those teachers. Their friendships were closer.
Compared to today's age, yes, definitely.
Right. There's problems, when they're so small. A lot of gossipy shit. And my daughter was part of some of that. You can only be friends with. I remember when they called me, your daughter Melody is telling who and who can be friends with who. It's like 4 girls. What, my daughter's being bossy? What are you talking about?
I don't know where she got that from.
What? She's shy too. My daughter is not like me. My son is like me way more. My daughter's like my husband.
Every one of mine have got my mouth and Vicky's temper.
Oh, that's probably good.
Mouth like me and stay pissed off like she can.
That'll balance out.
I explode and the whole world knows, and I'm done.
Yeah, I can relate.
Yep.
I don't like let shit build up.
I don't stay pissed off. I just don't care about you no more.
Yeah, it's too much energy. I'm with you.
I try to find my little zen zone.
Dude, there's a lot of big problems going on.
Victor, that shit was to make super soldiers. Part of the MK Ultra and all that was all some of that kicking around.
What's up, Victor? Oh, does that mean Black Watch is coming?
What?
Yeah, Victor.
Does that mean Black Watch is coming?
He wanted to talk to Bonnie, so I hadn't seen him in here, so it must be something to do with me.
Oh,
Watch is in there.
well, you're such a bad guy.
I know.
No, I don't think that's what it is.
Everybody loves a blunt person.
Fuck them. Not Black Watch. I mean, anybody who can't handle that, obviously. That's what I mean.
Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them.
I like it. Good stuff. Really is.
Damn, Rescue, you like you're doing kidney surgery with that serious face.
I know.
Oh, hey. Grinding material.
Yeah.
I can't tell if Dee's doing a lab experiment or if she's pouring it.
My little martini, y'all. My little martini. See that green sticker? That's so Sarah doesn't take my shit home with her.
Rescue's grinding and Rescue's grinding and Dee's twerking.
Never. I don't. No.
I'm referring to switching it around like you do.
Oh, of course, because I don't even know how to twerk. That's a weird concept.
I'm sure your husband will let you practice.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, that's all. That's all. I'm going to shut up. I'm not saying nothing about that. Okay, there we go. Black Watch is asleep on his walker. Oh, Victor's trying to pull him out. Did you get a chance to watch that 19-minute video about past the future? No, I didn't. I did not. Okay. Come on, having a nightmare. Ugh. Vicky got her head off.
Can you make out that name that I put under my thing over there?
Texas Rue.
What the heck?
No, I can't.
Regulated.
Oh, that's cool. Good night, David N. Sleep good.
Good night, David.
Hey, David. Good night.
Night, David.
Did Vicky go to work or is she sleeping?
Maybe she don't go to work till tomorrow night.
Nice. Good for her.
I'm screwing her sleep up now because normally this is her work time. This is her lunch time usually.
Yeah, graveyard's a bitch that way, isn't it?
Yeah. I want her to get out over there too, 'cause she's right on the edge of the highway. I mean, if you could throw a rock far, you could probably hit a car going down the interstate.
Uh-huh.
That's what I need to look at.
What?
Throwing rocks at cars on the interstate?
Bonnie.
Bored, Bonnie?
How bored are you? Are you that bored?
Damn, dang it.
I remember back in the 80s, I can't remember where it was. I want to say it was in Kentucky or maybe even Ohio. These kids in the back were throwing handfuls of golf balls out going down the interstate.
Idiots.
Caused a lot of wrecks.
Yeah. Might still be in jail too, right?
Yeah, if anybody got killed, I can't remember what it was over. They got caught. They didn't make it 10 miles away and got caught.
Yeah.
That's
By the way, Cindy, I just looked in chat and saw that. So I don't mean like people that actually had to undergo that particular programming stuff. I meant like the overall marketing, kind of getting pitched all the stuff and getting dumbed down by the programming instead of just, I just think people did that more. But as far as people that go into, that got pulled into programs and intentional studies, shit. There's no telling how many people have been killed that never even knew about.
Yeah, it could
Nobody
be.
ever did.
We could say keyword like pot pie, and next thing you know, somebody does something. There's a lot of them out there. Don't remember nothing that happened, but
What? Pot pie.
yeah, MK brainwashing. A lot of that.
Somebody's hungry.
What?
Sounds like somebody's hungry. Yeah, but I guess, okay, so let me ask you this. So where do you, where would that, because I guess my first thought is when I think of that and I hear that, then I'm thinking of people that participate in programs or or in some, maybe an institution, you know, because I know that like back in the day, they got the institutions, they got the prisons, they kind of got the homeless. But those, like that's, yeah, I can see anybody that's been in those kind of a rehab scenario, if you're under that shit where you're not.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chair. I'm sorry.
Deep brainwashing with drugs involved, and then cluck like a chicken.
See, I could see that happening, like in a rehab or something, or an institution of some sort, because they've got you secluded. They've got you, because that's that's a big mental thing, man. It has a mental toll when you can be in your home and not feel as isolated as you will once you become in a building or something that's not connected to you. There's a disconnect that starts to happen because you're outside the world, basically.
Yeah, especially if they got you where you can't tell night and day, any of that, time. And some of the people have been told they've been in there 5 years. Some have been told they've been in there 5 hours and couldn't decipher any of it.
Oh, yeah, you lose track of time. By all means, you lose track of time. I've done a couple weeks in the hole, and it's just, you go off of the light switch. So that's why I said I can see it where, yeah, if you got into a spot where they were doing that, then yeah, they could use that. But I just meant on a bigger marketing scale, because when you just talk about like the people going to stores today and walking around, and you just kind of wonder how people got so complacent. But then it's kind of the ease of things. That's what sells. Although it really doesn't make life easier.
Yeah, it makes me wonder too. You remember that video that come out about 6-8 months ago, and it had that little boy that had been sleeved, and he just fell down and started convulsing, and people walked by and never paid attention to him. Someone might have broke a phone out, but none of the adults went to help him, or all these people just, kids fall out every day, just keep on walking. Like if they were in like an auditorium or something, a gym, something going on, and there was hundreds of people around, and none of them ever paid attention. And then all of a sudden, emergency crew showed up, and then they did something. But none of the people would touch the kid or get around him, or.
Jeez. It's pathetic.
Either people being afraid of getting sick, or people just break their phones and video it.
Heartless, right?
Yep.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Lost my shit, try to help. I don't care whose kid it was.
Right? I can't imagine doing that. I can't imagine ever walking by somebody like that.
See the disconnect in the brain that happens, that you can watch that to a human being with no compassion or empathy. That style. That's sad.
I forget, I watched a video too yesterday, and it was, I don't remember if it's New York or Los Angeles, but it was a jewelry store, and right outside the front window of the jewelry store, this homeless guy was laying there playing with himself right in front of the store. They called the cops, and they didn't even bother with him, told him to leave him be.
Wow. Because they're really useless. A lot of them. I don't know what good they do. Good did they do anything?
Pass out pike packages, I guess. The Biden bonus pack.
Some stuff.
Well, hell, it's almost been 6 hours.
I think we supported Bonnie real good. I texted her. I said, I'm going to go on for you, Bonnie. And she goes, oh, Chuck's going to go on. Oh, good. Right? We knew she needed a little. I hope you're good and tired, Bonnie. I'm tired, too.
What's
I
that, Rick?
appreciate you having me up here.
Rescue. Thanks for
Appreciate you
sticking me around. I
You want-
stuck around.
We can
It's
sit
good
both
to be
back
honest.
room a minute if you don't want. We can sit back room and bullshit in the back if you want for a
Oh
minute.
yeah, I won't get out yet. I'll hang out with y'all for a little bit. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I'm good for a little bit if you want.
Yeah.
Don't fuck off.
Thanks y'all for showing up. Much love to y'all. Appreciate
Love
you
you
hanging.
guys. Love y'all. Good night, Echo. Good night, Victor. Tennessee Ridge Runner.
Y'all are
Send me
hardcore.
an email. You can email me anytime. Offer Kingdom, Lauren, Cindy.
Good night, y'all. Bye.
Peace.
Night, y'all.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to private chat.
Hold on.
Hopefully, I didn't get